Hey guys, welcome here to the stream for November the 12th. It is a Sunday today, believe it or not. A work day, but we got more work to do here in the evening. I would like, we got an end game grind to get through. We are right near the end of Shining Force 3. We got the premium disc and the final boss ahead of us, and we got a bunch of grinding to do to get ready for that. And I didn't want to kind of ruin our normal, regularly scheduled streams with all of that, so I thought we would relegate all of the boring stuff to some evening streams, because I don't normally stream anyways after work. I guess I could have done all this off stream, make it more enjoyable for myself by putting on a podcast or something in the background. I guess maybe we could still do that. Would I run afoul of copyright issues that way if I just or even just watch someone else's stream, just put on, I don't know, whoever else is online right now, just watch that in the other tab while I also stream this game live. That could be funny, but no, I'll do my best to provide the entertainment, I guess. And yeah, show off, I guess there's a little bit of planning and strategizing to do, I guess. At least at the very beginning of the stream here, we still got to go through town and find all the hidden stuff, talk to all the people. So I guess we got some non-grinding related gameplay yet tonight. Yep, it's the Shining Force that never ends. That's exactly right. Hey, Branaglan. How's it going? I don't know what it is that makes me, tolerable of this. I guess most of this whole endgame grind thing. Normally I hate this sort of thing in video games. I despised the endgame grind in East 2, where I had to grind for an hour to get past the final boss. That was just 1 hour. We're gonna end up doing this probably for upwards of 8 here. I'd like to get this all done in 2 streams, but we'll see how it goes. I guess the main thing, this is kind of a self-imposed challenge for me. We could minimize the grinding. There's a few extra things I'm doing here. I say, oh, it'll be more than 8 hours. It doesn't have to be more than 8 hours. We could optimize it. We could just run through each dungeon once with the characters we want to use, and then just be done with it, probably within a couple hours. The thing is, I want to prepare for the premium disc, and I also want to promote all of our characters. We don't necessarily have to grind everyone up to end game levels with every character, but I do want to promote everyone, just to, I don't know, show off their new outfits and everything. So yeah, we're gonna get started on that. Julian's not prepared for the final battle, but we'll pretend that he is, so that we can play as Synbios here. And then, yeah, he's gonna go to town and pick up some items for us. I've got to get that guide open on the other screen now. So we got a couple options here, too, for how we want to handle, our preparation for the dungeon itself. So if we actually look at our party here... In fact, do we need to do any party management? We should be able to go in just with what we've got. All we really need to do is get everyone to level 20, which I suspect shouldn't take too long. Even on the floors with relatively easy monsters, we should be leveling everyone up within 2 kills. The enemies in this dungeon give you lots of experience. But before we even get in there, let's just do our usual ritual of talking to everyone in town and seeing whatever items we can find. Will our montage more or less be filled with egress? Actually, no. The hero's trial dungeon is actually specifically made for grinding, so it actually makes things pretty streamlined for you to level up your characters. The enemies actually respawn as you kill them. We'll just knock it'll be like a I don't know what the word is, just like an enemy dispenser an experience dispenser, really, just like popping them out one by one by one. So we shouldn't even have to egress. We can just kill the enemies over and over and over again until we're ready to go. You know, and then we egress out and come back in with the next group. But we'll only have to do that a couple times. Like, basically, we'll go into the dungeon probably 3 times with each group. Once to level up the A team, once to level up the B team, and then once again with the A team to clear the dungeon and get the super sword. Henchman vending machine, that's it. That's exactly right. That's what we'll call it. At least I'm pretty sure that's how it works. That's how it worked in scenarios, or in Scenario 2. Actually, even Scenario 1 works that way. Yeah, there's no way they'd force us to egress over and over again for our kills. That would just be, that'd be a weird regress if they forced us to egress to do our grinding. Ha ha ha. Oh yeah, Legal Freedom gave me a pro tip on the YouTube comments where I have this problem sometimes where I'm trying to investigate an item that has a person next to it. A surefire way to fix that problem is you go and inspect from the menu. Then you can search the item without talking to the NPC. In fact, in the old Shining Force games, that was the only way to do things. Or I think in Shining Force 1. Shining Force 2, I think, introduced the interact button, where you just press the button on the controller to interact with whatever's in front of you. Shining Force 1, you always had to open the menu like this, even to talk to people. Actually, this game, I think, doesn't even have a talk command from the menu. Yeah, you can't even talk from the menu in this game. Which is so weird that they would have ever done it that way. It's like Sega Genesis has 3 buttons. Like, you're not going to use all of them? Like, just a talk button, a search button, and a menu button. In fact, it's funny, lots of Genesis games, I find, don't actually utilize all 3 buttons. It's like Sonic the Hedgehog was like the template for the entire console. It's like, yeah, we got these 3 buttons, but really that's just if you miss one. If you like go for the A button to do a spin attack and somehow miss, your button will still land on one of the other buttons that also does a spin attack. Like, what other buttons do you really need anyways? Like jump and maybe shoot? That's all the buttons you need for a Sega Genesis game. You know, I didn't even know there were shoulder buttons on the SNES controller. Like, I knew where they were there, but, like, I didn't know what they were for. Like, almost none of the games I ever played for the Super Nintendo actually used the shoulder buttons. I thought it was, like... I don't know what I thought it was. I had no idea why those buttons were on the controller, because no game ever uses the L and R buttons in a Super Nintendo game. I think the first game I ever played where I figured out, like, that the shoulder buttons do something was actually Sparkster on the Super Nintendo. I actually nudged one of the shoulder buttons by accident, and he did the little rolling attack. Which is pretty cool. That was actually a great addition to, like, the Rocket Knight control scheme. It's funny, the SNES version of Sparkster was kind of an advancement over Rocket Knight Adventures in a few ways. I still like Rocket Knight overall. I think Rocket Knight is the better game overall. But yeah, Sparkster had some cool improvements with, like, the control scheme. Because the problem in the original Rocket Knight Adventures was just how, like, blazingly out of control fast your rocket attack was. It was, like, kind of hard to utilize effectively, because in most places in the game, if you use it, you'll just die. You'll, like, fall into a pit or spikes or whatever. It's really only useful in the spots where it's designed to specifically be useful. This is some interesting philosophy here in these texts about the balance of good and evil. That's like the whole philosophy of this town, You got the Bullzone cultists and the good guy cultists. I think they're called Catholics, living together in the same town in harmony. So anyways, Sparkster added like a new feature where you can do like a swift kind of rolling attack, kind of just like a fast just whip to the side with the L and R buttons, which will interrupt your rocket attack. That's one way to kind of like abort a rocket that you don't want to see through to the end. I think that was a great idea to Rocket Knight Adventure's control scheme. It's a shame that the levels in the actual Sparkster game mostly suck. It's like, oh, great controls. Love the controls in that game. It's a shame about the actual game. Yeah, that was the other thing. Like the original Rocket Knight Adventures, it kind of like felt slippery and out of control in a lot of ways. Like you kind of had to learn to wrangle your rocket possum in that game. Like there was a, it's kind of a classically styled like kind of arcadey game where there's a lot of memorization in the original Rocket Knight Adventures. Lots of instant death to kind of figure out how to get around. Like it's still fun. That game has like just endless creativity with its level gimmicks and such. It's just like one awesome thing. Have we been in here yet? I think we have. One awesome thing after another through each of that game's levels. And like it has a pretty generous lives and continue system, so like it's kind of made for that kind of trial and error. And like once you figure out how to get through the screens, you'll never forget it, because like the gimmicks on each screen are so distinctive. It's like you figure it out at once, and it'll be etched onto your brain for the rest of your life. It's like, oh, this is how we get through the scene where you gotta like rocket across the rising lava pools. Oh, this is how you get through the crazy, weirdly shaped spike corridors in the water. This is how you get through the weird minecart with the like Genesis hillbilly music and the chickens. I think to this day that whole minecart section in Rocket Knight Adventures is one of the most bizarre scenes I've seen in an otherwise straightforward video game. That level had everything. Pigs, minecarts, floating spike blocks, chickens, a train with arms and a glowing blister on its butt. Are there actually any items in this town that we care about? I've been seeing nothing but potions so far. Oh great, a goddess tier. That's even less useful than a potion. I don't know why I suddenly started talking about Sparkster and Rocket Knight. That wasn't part of the plan. That wasn't part of my notes or anything. Oh yeah, Genesis buttons that... Genesis controllers that don't... Bleh, Genesis games that don't use all the buttons on the controller. That was it. Oh yeah, shoulder buttons. Games that make you use the shoulder buttons on the Super Nintendo. That was it, and that got us onto Sparkster. What's going on here? Oh, you're trying to hide from me. Hey. Help, I'm a regular person trapped in bird mask cultist land. Am I actually supposed to be able to help them somehow? Will they let me save? Or is it like at the evil cultist church, they delete your save data? Heretic! Oh no. Am I about to get in a fight? Is this a game over if I say yes? Yes, baptize me. Uh-oh. Or like everybody gets unpromoted. Oh shit, they're really going through with this. Oh cool, I'm too pure. Okay, that's a good sign. I'm too pure and holy to be taken in by these heretics. This reminds me of the church scene from what was that movie? Kingsman. Where just everybody gets violent for no reason, and then Colin Firth just brutally massacres everyone. Oh, but I don't actually have to leave. I can still stay here and harass these guys as much as I want. He's being very polite about it. I'm sorry, but heretics are forbidden in this temple. Will he still save my game? No. Please don't turn. But they're evil cultists. I would be totally justified. Oh wow, they actually think that's what's gonna happen. It's like, no, Zap, don't encourage him. Please just let me live. The boy from the LP's. Oh, so this is like the eternal struggle. The cultists from each ward are trying to convert each other. Oh, hey, these people know Jane. I wonder if she like just lives here. Dear Lord, please strike down this heretic who's standing in front of me. This little girl cultist is adorable. I've decided that she's my favorite evil cultist. So it looks like... No wonder these guys are all evil. These guys have like all the shit items in this quarter. We got what? Goddess Tears and a potion. These guys don't even have anything worth stealing. Did we go in here already? Apparently not. Angel Wings? What are these guys doing with Goddess Tears and Angel Wings anyways? In the frickin' Bull's Ohm quarter. Well, whatever. I'll take their money. Jane was in Quonus. Am I supposed to know who or what Quonus is? Okay, so what all are we looking at here? Really, I don't need to get every item here. I'm mainly looking for... There's actually barely anything worth getting on this item list. There's no Orichalcum. None at all. The only thing I care about is Murasame, which we can actually put onto... Wait, no, Murasame is our guy's name. Wait, what? I'm seeing Murasame on the item list. I think they call it Muramasa in the newest version of this translation. We can give Muramasa to Muramasa. Wait, no, Muramasa to Murasame. There we go. Oh, hey, did you see that? We got the British-English spelling of center here. Alright, let's go to the centre. Oh, we're not allowed out here. There might be something inside the pillars. So apparently the Murasame is inside a treasure chest. And given that that's the only item we care about, it's pretty much impossible to miss. I don't have to be too nervous about missing stuff here. You got your Murasame and my Muramasa. Actually, do I have Muramasa on Murasame already? I'm never gonna get the names right. Muramasa on Murasame? No, I think that's the Bone Eater. Yeah, he's got the Bone Eater. Hey, Shining Soul. It's going all right. We kind of just started the final chapter here. We're just going around town looking at stuff, and then we'll do the hero's trial. Then after we do the hero's trial, we'll do the hero's trial again. Then after that, we're going to do hero's trial again. Then after that, we'll probably have to do hero's trial again. That would make it, what, the 4th time after that? After we do hero's trial 4 times, we're going to have to do hero's trial again. After 5 times, hero's trial. 6 times, hero's trial. 7 times. After the 7th time, maybe I'll take a break and play Daytona or something. I've been listening to Daytona music on my way to work the last couple days. Rolling Stars. Good stuff. We could actually give that to Murasame immediately. It's actually called It's cursed! Fuck. Never mind. No Murasames for anyone. No Murasames for anyone. Demon King, level 2. Maybe I want to put it on once, just to try the Demon King spell to see what it does. That sounds badass. It's gotta be a summon, right? I'm thinking we get to summon the Demon King. Oh shit, this is Desharin's grandmother. We're gonna murder her. I think. Does Desharin get spared? Oh yeah, she's like Jane's sister or cousin or something, isn't she? Well, also, isn't Desharin one of the evil cultists? This is the good cultist quarter. Yeah, I've been thinking about that. I've thought about that before. It's like dangerous to put like Initial D music or something like that on your driving playlist. Gas, 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 I'm gonna step on the gas. Like, that shit would actually cause accidents. I wonder if it has IRL. I don't know how popular Initial D is, if it's like, there's enough of an Initial D fan base to make it probable that that has happened somewhere in the world. Someone just blasts the Initial D soundtrack driving on the road and just like floors it and crashes into something. Insurance doesn't cover Initial D-related accidents. Not in North America. In Japan, I imagine that they've got that as an option. There's just like a checkbox on every auto insurance form. Initial D coverage. This is the quarter that has all the shops I can actually shop at. Is this a church? Why are there cultists living here? Yeah, that's right. I barged into your home, and now I'm gonna steal your stuff. Yeah, these guys are savvy. They've got all their stuff locked tight. Ha. Oh, that's cute. They got little baby beds. Why have we never seen this in any other house? Even other houses with kids didn't have little baby beds. I guess it's impractical if you think about it. Like you put your little baby in a baby bed, and then they just grow up, and then you gotta get a new bed. You might as well put them in the full-size bed right away. Oh, hey, a well. Nothing in the well? Man, you've always got to hide stuff in the well in an RPG. Actually, I think the first town in Dragon's Dogma has like a whole side dungeon hidden down the well. Is this the Mithril Man? I don't think we care about the Mithril Man. until we get everyone promoted. Also, was I mistaken? I thought there was like the cultist quarter and the non-cult quarter. Looks to me like everyone in this town is all masked up. I don't feel safe here. Well, as far as everything, I missed Shining Soul's question earlier. How's everything outside of Heroes Trials? Have I done anything in the last 2 days? I worked yesterday, I worked today. Oh yeah, I guess on the stream we've been playing Shining Force, Star Ocean. Yeah, Star Ocean has been a great time. We're playing the new remake, and I absolutely love it. It's probably the best remake I've ever played in my life. I was actually thinking about that lately. I'm already planning ahead to my second playthrough. I'm trying to think of like how I can justify the Sea of Star Ocean, yeah. Actually, I was thinking about Sea of Stars lately, too. Maybe I'll talk about that later. I can't exhaust all my discussion topics all at once. Just like talk about Star Ocean, then Sea of Stars. And then I guess Deep Space Nine. And then I've got nothing else to talk about. But yeah, Star Ocean's been great. I've been thinking, like, I've been doing a very thorough playthrough of Star Ocean so far. We're like 20 hours in, and I'm still only on the second continent. Like, we haven't even really made it to, like, the first major event where the game's story really kicks into gear. Hell, we only just got our, like, full party. We just got our 4th party member at the end of yesterday's stream. Saturday's stream. Gotta wash this cup. Later. Is it just me, or are these a bunch of weapons we haven't seen before? What the fuck is this? Sky Tomahawk, 3 range. That is radical. Sounds like they're setting off fireworks outside. Weird. Oh, Queen Whip, we got that one. I could try upgrading my weapons, actually. Just cuz. Like, we're gonna replace them right away anyways, once everyone gets promoted. With our Orda Chalcum weapons. But I got the money. Now, the thing is, it's a waste of time, more than anything. Because it'll take a bunch of time to equip all that. Oh yeah, do we have any haggles in this town? We do. We got a golden beak over here, which I think we have already. I don't remember. If we do, it should be in here already. Or did we use it? Oh no, we got a silver beak. Oh, yeah, so right now, and again, we're like, what, 1.5 streams into Star Ocean, and I'm already planning my second playthrough. I'm taking my time with this first playthrough. And I'm thinking that... Oh yeah, can't we use this golden beak on Pen and Penco too? Actually, we might want to pass this beak around. Yeah, I will buy this. This will actually help level up Pen and Penco. Yeah, he can actually use it too. It's barely better than his starting beak, though. Because the thing is, you can do a lot of things to break Star Ocean 2 with the crafting system. In fact, there's a persistent commenter on YouTube who is like constantly on my case to like do this convoluted sequence of like purchases and crafting actions to make this overpowered sword in the early game. And I was basically just trolling and ignoring him all day, just very pointedly not doing that every time he asked me to. But we could do it on the second playthrough. I could craft, like, we could do Claude's story, recruit all different characters on the second playthrough, and do, like, all the just ridiculous, overpowered crafting we can manage to just blaze through the game at warp speed. This guy's got no deal. So we're looking for Orichalcum, Princess Circle, and Hope Light. Particularly the Hope Light. You know, I've got to say, there's actually more divergence between Rena and Claude's story than I had remembered. Originally, I thought that it was mainly just at the very beginning of the game that Rena and Claude kind of separate and do different things. But they actually have like a few spots we've seen already where the two of them part ways and have like different things to do in the story. There was the part where Rena got kidnapped. There was the part where they met Diaz and rescued the kids in the woods. There was the part in the tournament arc where Rena had to get Diaz a sword. And I think there's one coming up once we get to the second planet. I guess we give this to Mascarin? We could give it to someone else, but this is actually a big upgrade. What the fuck does Mascarin have right now? Oh, she's got the magic ring, doesn't she? Who doesn't have too much to carry? I guess Frank. Frank has to... Am I actually full on inventory? Oh no. We're completely full. All 20 of my characters. Okay, there we go. Finding's got a slot. Yeah, do we have any open slots at all? Why do we have so much garbage? I'm actually going to make a point to sell some of this garbage. Just to free up inventory space. What is this? Oh, we can't sell that, but we can stash it. I really don't need that Phoenix sword. What else? I kind of want this stuff. We don't need the herb. Still gotta find time for so many other games now, too. I'm disappointed that that I kind of let Sky Gunner fall off the radar last week. I really wanted to play more Sky Gunner. I'm gonna like lose my skills. I like practiced that game for I think, yeah, we played it like 2 streams the week before, and I was kind of slowly getting my skills back. And now I think I'm gonna lose them again unless I play more Sky Gunner soon. I'm just gonna sell this one. I don't think we need him to cast the evil ring. We can stash that one. Oh yeah, we'll sell that Murasame too. Although I am really curious about Demon King. The curse just isn't worth it though. It's a waste of time. That's worth a lot of money though. I could, if I ever need money, I think I can craft all of my dark matter into katanas and make a bunch of money that way. Hey, Saturn Meteor. Yes, it is Sunday, and we are streaming. That was the plan, is I don't want to do this boring endgame Shining Force 3 stuff on the regularly scheduled streams. I kind of like to plan my Wednesday, Thursday, Friday regular streams for maximum fun. So instead, yeah, we'll do evening streams for the Shining Force 3 endgame for maximum chill instead. Someone needs to get this tiara. I would love another one of those tiaras, actually. I wonder if we can get more of them somehow. Oh, Finding's got the tiara. We don't have Finding in the party. So we got our Princess Circle. We're still looking for Orichalcum and Hope Light. So yeah, Star Ocean's been occupying my mind a lot lately. Honestly, this game feels like it's almost over. Or sorry, like it's already over. Like we're just going through the motions, just like cruising to the finish line. Persona 3 is his game of the year. You know, I actually caught him talking about it. I was at work, and I flipped over to his stream, and he just happened, someone had just asked him what he thought about the game, and I managed to hear some of his thoughts on it. Good for him. I'm glad he's in. Honestly, I suspected that he would probably enjoy it. It's kind of, yeah, I've been reevaluating kind of my take on a lot of PS2 RPGs. I don't know what it was about just that time in my life. I thought it was the games, but maybe it was just me. I pretty much didn't like any PS2 RPGs. Even ones that I know a lot of people really like and were highly acclaimed. There's a lot of PS2 RPGs I played that, like, a lot of people say are good that I didn't like for various reasons. I had kind of a different outlook on the genre in those days. I was kind of the idea that, like, the RPGs should be as much about gameplay as about story. And I feel like PS2 RPGs were going in the other direction. It was like all long cutscenes, tons and tons of dialogue. And I found them really boring. And Persona 3 had that problem to me, where it was like 80% just dialogue and social link stuff and walking around town, and like 20% gameplay. And I thought the gameplay was really shallow and boring, and I didn't like the dungeons. But I didn't really play very much of that game, and in fact I didn't really play a lot of any of the PS2 RPGs that I kind of criticized back in the day. I dropped Valkyrie Profile 2 after, like, less than 8 hours. Which seems bizarre to me, because, like, in hindsight, just about everything about that game seemed right up my alley. Like, it has such a awesome... It's got a great battle system. Like, maybe one of the best I've seen in any RPG, where it's, like positioning based, where you're, it does the thing where it's like kind of when you move, the enemy moves. Sort of like, I don't know how to describe it. It's not grid based. I guess it's kind of like Super Hot, honestly. It's kind of like Super Hot. It's like Super Hot combined with the original Valkyrie Profiles combat. Because then once you actually line up with the enemy, then you can, like, attack them, and then it turns into the Valkyrie Profile combat system. And then you just attack until your action gauge is depleted, and then the enemy can do the same to you. It's like, what if Valkyrie Profile was a strategy RPG? Except not really, because they already did that in another game called Valkyrie Profile Covenant of the Plume. It was a wildly creative game, Valkyrie Profile 2, or the game was actually called Valkyrie Profile Silmeria. It had really good voice acting for the time, and amazing graphics. It's maybe the best looking game on the system. I've seen people make that argument before, that, like, Valkyrie Profile 2 was the most technically impressive game on the PS2. And from what I've seen, that may well be right. But again, I just thought the story scenes were too long, so I got bored of it within the first 8 hours. There were a few PS2 RPGs that I liked. I don't know if there was something different about them, or if they just caught me at the right time. Actually, speaking of Tri-Ace games, I really liked Radiata Stories. Mind you, that one had kind of an action combat system. One thing that struck me about Persona 3, watching Toya play it, is just how primitive that game looks. Again, like, going back to, like, the best looking PS2 games, like Valkyrie Profile, Silmeria, or like even early PS2 games like Final Fantasy X. Like, the genre was going all cinematic and, like, flashy graphics, and like really pushing the level of like the level of detail and the cinematic cutscenes and everything. And Persona 3 is actually very basic looking by comparison. Like very low detail, low poly graphics. It almost kind of resembles more the style of a PS1 game. And like, I don't mean that as a criticism. I think that actually makes it hold up really well. It's extremely stylish, like very just like low, like few colors, but like very bold colors and like sleek designs and everything. It actually looks great. Like, yeah, what I'm coming around to with all of that. Oh, very, very primitive. Not as detailed as other PS2 games. Almost looks like a PS1 game. In other words, it's great. It looks great. Oh yeah, did we just go into the dungeon now? Did we really do anything in terms of preparation? Oh yeah, we have to stash our garbage. That's right. Because we'll be getting items in the dungeon as well. We can finally stash that thing. We don't need to use the statue anymore. What else can we stash? Are we still stashing our potions at this point? I actually don't think we do. We are in the end game. We're at the part where potions are actually helpful. A lot of our guys have more than 30 hit points. Albisum Orb is not useful at this stage in the game. Stash it. Why does Eldar have 3 of these fucking things? How did that happen? Must have been fighting a bunch of enemies who dropped fairy dust in, like, the final map or something. Persona 5 is your #1 PS... Man, is Persona 5 that old? I didn't realize that Persona 5 was that old. I think of Persona 5 as being, like, a relatively recent RPG. Like, within the last, like, 6 or 7 years. Was it a PS3 game? Fuck. I suppose I wouldn't have played it. I would have not paid attention to Persona 5 on PS1 on account of my disliking Persona 3 so much. Was that it? I don't think there was anything else we had to deposit. I think I went through all this. Oh, for real? For real? It released on PS3 in 2017? Jesus. Okay, so I was right. So I was right. That game came out like 6 years ago. Fantastic. Alright, time is not passing as quickly as I thought it was. Okay, now it's dungeon time. Yeah, RPGs were practically dead to me by the PS3 era. I don't know, maybe I'm right. Maybe they did just start going downhill after the PS1 days. Like, I still played some, but mostly just for, like, interest's sake. Like, I played Final Fantasy 13 on PS3, but mostly just because of my, like, lingering interest in Final Fantasy as a series. Just to, like, see where they were going with it. Because, hey, I used to play Final Fantasy back in the day. What are they? How's Final Fantasy doing nowadays? Oh my! Oh, that's not good. Actually, I thought Final Fantasy 13 was okay. I liked it enough to play 13 too, and then Lightning Returns. Actually, Eternal Sonata I really disliked. I really disliked Eternal Sonata as well. I think Toya, if I remember right, I think Toya enjoyed that one too. Final Fantasy 13 is a top 5. I mean, yeah, but again, what was the competition? I don't know if I played any other JRPGs on PS3. Eternal Sonata, Final Fantasy 13, 13-2, and Lightning Returns. Like, what else is there? I'm gonna test the waters here, see how much Mascarin gets for killing this guy. Okay, so she gets a lot of experience, but she doesn't get the kill. You know, we probably do want to just clear Lizardmen on this first floor. That's actually... Oh yeah, you know what? I don't think of Valkyria Chronicles as a JRPG. Just because it's like an SRPG with a really unique combat system. But I guess if you count Valkyria Chronicles, yeah, that one would probably be mine, #1. But I haven't played Persona 5 yet. Oh, I don't want to provoke the Harpy. Oh, Symbios still needs to level up too. We can have him dagger this guy. He might still need level 3 daggers. Oh yeah, we gotta worry about our weapon levels. We want to grind weapon levels too. The Princess Circlet, someone near the bottom of the team. Oh yeah, you're right. I put that on Frank and I forgot to give it to someone. I think it was on Frank, yeah. We can have him transfer that to someone. Yo! I mean, we're mostly just going to be grinding to 20 on this first floor for now, so we can save the serious preparations until after that. I guess I can... Is Noon a princess? Can I give the Princess Circlet to Noon? Oh, it's fine. Backseat away. Say, like, anything... Please, just say whatever you want, whether it's backseating or whatever. Keep me company through this grueling trial. I can't even tell what that is. Oh, that's breakdancing white mage. Badass. Kaze's one game from Shadow of Mordor? Nice. Honestly, these weak enemies we can probably just bonk with the staff rather than waste MP. Oh, he's Japanese now. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but enemies don't have to bear his Arctic Blast anymore. Have I decided who I want in the final party for each force? Actually, I am going to promote everyone. I'm not gonna, like, fully level everyone, but I do want to promote everyone, just to see their new outfits and portraits and everything. Like, as much as I complain about the grind, a lot of it is gonna be self-imposed. Do these monsters not respawn? I could have sworn that they respawned. If they don't, this is gonna be miserable. In the other... in the other trial dungeons, in the last 2 scenarios, the enemies would respawn. Oh, you know what? I think I gave the tiara to Mascarin already. Or maybe I didn't. What the fuck did I do with it? It wasn't Frank. Oh, it was someone in base. It was someone who wasn't in the party. That's right, I'll have to leave to give that to them. The enemies don't respawn? This is gonna be miserable. I can't believe the enemies don't respawn. I did grab Unoma. We did that at the end of the last stream of this game. This is gonna be extremely miserable if I have to keep egressing out to do our grinding. Can't believe these fuckers don't respawn. Actually, I can just check this way to see who has the Princess Tiara. Nobody. I did not have D&D on Friday. I played Star Ocean, the second story R, all day Friday. It was glorious. I can't believe they don't respawn the fucking enemies. Okay. I forgot how awesome that voice clip was. Man, this would be the perfect place to grind, too. Everybody gets, like, half a level per kill. Well, I guess, actually, Symbios is 19, so I think he gets less from these guys. We'll have him go on the fish. Yeah, the new Star Ocean 2 remake has been great. I've been loving it so far. We're actually still relatively early on in the game, even though I played it for like 20 hours. Actually, that's how you can tell that it's a great game, is I streamed that game for, I think, close to 14 hours straight on Friday. I actually had a hell of a time at work the next day because of it. I barely got any sleep, and I had slept pretty poorly the night before already. I can't believe that these idiots don't respawn. This is gonna be horrible. No wonder this took me more than 8 hours the first time we went through this game. That's a cool looking fish. The new remake is so challenging, although I don't know how much... I got so many game overs. We got so many game overs on the Friday stream. But I don't know how much of that to attribute to the difficulty of the way they rebalanced the game, and how much of that was just the stupid party that I chose. Where basically I want to get a bunch of characters that are different from the ones I normally get, which means no Ashton and no Celine. And as it turns out, if you don't recruit Ashton or Celine, then you go through a huge portion of the early game with only Claude and Rena. Like, just all these dungeons and bosses where I could have had 4 characters, instead we only have 2. It's been fun. What's really cool is that the new battle system actually has enough added depth to it that you can kind of outfight the bosses, with good use of your summons and timely use of spells and dodges and stuff. You can actually, with persistence, kind of outfight the enemy and learn to win certain really difficult fights just through repetition. Learning the timings, learning the strategies. There were lots of those fights where I had to retry them 5 or 6 or 12 times, but we eventually got him. Oh yeah, Eldar's got the wing. I think Eldar was our only Birdman who had the wing. Goddess tier, amazing. So enemies do not respawn. I greatly underestimated the number of times we'll have to replay the trial dungeon. I figured we'd do it 9 times, 3 for each party. We're gonna have to do this a lot more than 9 times. Frustrating doing fights a ton of times? It's not that bad at all, actually, I think, in Star Ocean, though, because the fights are so fast. And they're so challenging and so fast, I would literally lose. So, some of the more difficult fights, I would literally lose in 3 seconds. I would literally lose in less than 5 seconds and then just retry. Yeah, the fights are so fast. Even the bosses go pretty quickly on winning runs. I remember there was one boss fight where I think it took us less than a minute. The winning attempt probably took less than a minute. Yeah, the combat is swift and brutal in the remake, which is exactly how I think a good JRPG should be. Nice, he's just gonna do this every time. Yes, Star Ocean 2 is an action RPG. It's probably the most straightforward action RPG you'll ever play, actually. Or at least the original was. The remake adds a fair number of new elements to it. Like there's a quick dodge and counter attack system, like a combo system. Like they've changed it a fair bit, but it still kind of feels the same. It maintains the same feel of the original. Oh yeah, the enemies got like this guard system where you like wear down their guard meter to break them, and then you can get a bunch of damage on them. And then when they're broken, you like hit them, and then confetti pops out of them to build up the battle gauge, which gives you different bonuses at certain thresholds. Very similar to the system in Star Ocean 4, actually, where you'd like build up the battle gauge, but then you'd lose the battle gauge. It would get reset to 0 if you like take a critical hit or get back attacked or die. So like even in parts of the games where the battles are like relatively easy, you still have that incentive to kind of push yourself to play flawlessly so that you don't lose your battle gauge bonuses. Also, you can do different party formations that'll change the benefit of the battle gauge. So like you can do an assault formation where like basically each threshold on the battle gauge gives you like bonus attack power. I think the maximum gives you like plus 60% attack, which is crazy. The one I'm using all the time gives you extra experience. You get like, I want to say double experience. I think it's 50%, then 50% again. So that's part of the reason why I kept on dying so much, is I refused to use the formations that actually give you like useful bonuses in combat, and I stuck with the one that gives you bonus experience all the time. How do we split the party here? Those guys are pretty tough. We'll have them go this way. Actually, we'll have them go down this way. You can fight that dragon later. I suppose we can just keep going down the floors. The enemies are still really easy. We can just keep going until our guys start dropping off. Or just keep going. I guess we'll keep going until everyone's level 20, actually. Then, yeah, we might end up doing this the way that I said. Just keep going till everyone's level 20, and pull out and bring in a new batch of guys, get them to level 20. Then we'll take in the guys we want to use for the final map and take them down out to clear the dungeon and get the good swords for Jume-Sin. One thing that struck me about Star Ocean 2 in kind of a negative way is just how boring the story is for most of the early game. Like, it takes a while for stuff to start happening in that game. There's like so much stuff in the early game where it's like your objective is to just like, oh, go see the king to talk about the sorcery globe, and the king's like, oh, sorcery globe? We don't know anything about that. Maybe go to this random town. And then you go to random town, and they have a random errand for you to do, only for them to tell you that we also don't know anything about the sorcery globe. And it's like, fucking jackasses. Yeah, the early game gets, story-wise, is a little bit dull. I think it's carried by the combat system, pretty much. Like, the early game is quite good. Like, it's a good premise. Claude is like this spacefaring, like, Federation of Planets officer. The son of a famous, like, space captain who gets, like, separated from his crew during a, like, exploratory, like, planet exploration mission. Stranded on a primitive alien planet. Has to figure out how to get back home. But then he kind of forgets about that real quick and is just like, oh, sorcery globe. Well, I got no other leads. I guess I just live here now. Let's help these people. Yeah, it seems to be a very common thing, I think, in JRPGs, where, like, a large portion of the early part of the story is just like, oh, mysterious vaguely bad things are happening all over the world. Gotta go do some investigation to find out what's wrong. And then, like, the actual plot emerges later. I think Lufia 2 basically started that way. Sure, Noon needs XP. Can't think of any other examples, but it feels to me like that's a thing that JRPGs do a lot. Yeah, first quarter of the game has no plot. Damn, that's a lot of damage. Oh, I wasn't paying attention to what he said, actually. Do we have anyone over here who can cast Antidote? Sure don't. Well, whatever, we'll probably finish this map. Actually, how are his sword levels? Ah, fuck it, we'll level up shurikens. I'll worry about weapon levels once we go through this dungeon with our actual final team. Oh god. Are we really doing this with just her and Grace? Yo! Oh, I thought that was the zombie going right now. Yeah, kill this guy. So yeah, we'll probably play Star Ocean Thursday and Friday this week. I don't know, that's assuming everything goes to plan with Shining Force. If we're not done Shining Force on Wednesday, then we'll just play Shining Force till we're done Shining Force. It could happen. Like, we're not gonna get everything done tonight, but I'd like to... I was gonna say, my original plan was I'd like to get everyone in all three parties promoted, but grinding is gonna go a lot slower than I thought, since the enemies don't respawn. So maybe my objective is gonna be to be finished with Symbiosis Force. If we could get Symbiosis Force done today, then Median tomorrow and Julian Tuesday. That would be nice. Actually, Julian will take less time than the others, because all his guys are promoted already. In fact, he doesn't have to do any grinding at all. All we need to do with Julian is just do one run down to the bottom and get our sword. Oh yeah, at some point I've got to decide how much I want to level up for the premium disc. Fuck's he doing? Oh, you jackass. Was all that just one round of combat? Oh, Mascarin's 20 already. We'll definitely use her in the finale, so I could keep grinding her, but we'll make getting everyone to 20 the first order of business. I forgot how cool this ghoul model is. He's like missing half of his head. If only we could see the juicy brain inside. You thinking level 10 for the premium disc? That seems low to me, but on the other hand, like beyond a certain point, additional level ups don't get you very much at all. Oh, Irene's got the antidote, but she's not next to anyone that she can antidote. It's fine, we'll be done this map by the time anyone dies to poison. Boom. Wicked. So I guess Sybil's doing this. We got 10 floors of this. Well, we're almost done this one. Sure, Hagane can get things started on this guy. Nice. His voice clip for that attack isn't nearly as good as the other ninja guys, though. Justin hasn't done shit on these maps yet. Oh yeah, so I still haven't decided how we're gonna fit Metal Gear into the lineup. Because yeah, normally, the original plan I think was to do Metal Gear Snake Eater after Shining Force. But now it looks like we're gonna do Star Ocean. I guess I could do it after Star Ocean. That's reasonable. At some point I'd like to go back and play catch-up with some of those other games that we never finished. Sky Gunner, Evil Tonight. I could have sworn that she had Antidote. Oh well. Let's do Heal. Bomb Rush, Cyberpunk. Ideally, I could do evening streams like this. Like Sunday, Monday, maybe Tuesday. And play those games, yeah, on work nights. Trying to get my shit back together. I had my first healthy meal for the first time in, like, probably at least 2 months. Steak, broccoli, and beans. Yeah, I got groceries today, actually, for the first time in months. That's actually the reason this stream wasn't even earlier. I wanted to come online like an hour ago. But I was, yeah, a little bit late getting home from work. Actually, Sunday is one of my shorter work days. I get off at 5 instead of 6 on Sundays. So that's actually the best day for me to stream. We'll have... Oh, the poison persists between maps. That's horrible. We'll get Grace to antidote everyone. Although she doesn't get much experience for it. Do we have any antidoters over here? These guys can barely move. Oh yeah, they can paralyze or poison too, can't they? I suppose the gimmick here is that all of the monsters here are really weak, so we don't need them to respawn. We can just go fight the monsters on the next floor and they'll be just as weak. Man, he loves saying that just as much as I love listening to it. Every time he gets it. Man, I hope all the guys hit 20 before the monsters start getting difficult. Okay, let's split things up a little bit here. That was less damage than I would have liked. I guess I forgot that these guys are actually pretty weak. They should have put 4 dragons in the middle. There's not enough enemies on this map. Oh shit, he moves farther than I thought. Man, there's still a bunch of, like, old games that we streamed ages ago that I want to get back to, too. Ys 8, Ys 4. I remember when I was originally planning to like do a full playthrough and finish Ys 8 before Star Ocean came out. That was my plan, was to get that done before Star Ocean. We didn't play it once, not even once. So many new releases this year that have been like finding their way into the schedule. Sea of Stars, Star Ocean. Is it just those two? Age of Wonders, I guess, plus the DLC. That's another one I still need to get around to, too. Age of Wonders 4, I still haven't had a chance to check out the new DLC, hardly at all. Also, with the Christmas season coming up, I'm probably going to be too tired to, oh, we'll heal Irene. Too tired to stream after work most evenings. Yeah, whatever, do level 2. Oh yeah, Armored Core. How could I forget Armored Core? Armored Core was a very pleasant surprise. I really liked Armored Core a lot. It had a great ending, too. Like, I was kind of annoyed at first at the prospect of having to play through the whole game 3 times to see all the endings. Like, that's normally something I hate in video games. But, like, the game's really short after you play it the first time. Like, you've got all your end game parts and everything, so you can just breeze through the second and third time. And, like, a bunch of the missions are really different the second and third time. There's, like, your second and third playthroughs are still full of surprises, especially the third one. And then, like, the final ending after the third playthrough is, like, such a great lead-in to what I can only assume will be, like, some kind of sequel coming up. I'm guessing they'll do a story sequel in the same engine relatively soon, same as they do with all past Armored Core games. You had like 4 and 4 Answer, V and Verdict Day. They are definitely, like 100%, they'll be doing something like that with Armored Core 6. No, not even Armored Core 7. It'll be like Armored Core 6, like Rubicon Harder. Or it won't even have a name. The gimmick is to incorporate the number into the title, because it was like 4 and then 4 Answer. It was Armored Core V and then Armored Core Verdict Day. So whatever the new one will be, it'll incorporate either the number 6 or the Roman numeral VI into the title, because that's how they do. In fact, that's my prediction. That's my prediction. Whatever the next Armored Core expansion is going to be. Expansion? Standalone expansion? I don't know what to call them. Semi-quel? Yeah, sure. Semi-quel works, I guess. It's gonna have the initials VI. Ooh. You know what? That's the same clip they use in English. The American version of Shining Force 3 uses that exact same voice clip for that crit. Love it. Oh, that could work too. That could work too. Something about 621. Damn it. And here I thought, I'm not gonna bother. Yeah, I should heal Grace, because the poison persists onto the next map. Son of a bitch! Also, somehow Sybil keeps on ending up alone. I guess some girls are like that. Doomed to end up alone. And poisoned. Oh no. Oh, it's just Frank. He's fine. Oh god, he's not fine. What the fuck? Oh, he's only level 16. Yeah, I guess by the time we fought Red Dragons with Julian's party, everyone was promoted. Come on, no crit? These worms are getting a little bit tanky for our party here. We honestly might have to egress out and come back in. I think we might actually grind faster that way. Thankfully, the bosses never move. Although I'm guessing the one on the final floor will. Come on, Murasame. Jesus, Sybil. Oh, she couldn't even kill this guy. It takes her 3 hits to kill this guy. Well, maybe she'll rank up that spear at this rate. 15 damage. Sybil's actually gonna fucking die. Since when does Eldar do more damage than Sybil? Oh god, Eldar's going to die. Everyone's gonna die! Whoa! Okay. Yeah, I think we'll just push to end the map before somebody dies. Okay, if this doesn't kill him... Okay, thank Christ. I think that just barely got him. Was that 21 damage? Oh! I think that's it, actually. There's no more monsters. Other than the ones that are going to kill Sybil. Hey! This could be really bad if she gets critted again. I guess Sybil's a tank. Well, hopefully Frank is too. This could actually kill him. Nah, he's fine. Although the agility down might mean that he takes his turn after the Hydra now. We'll have her heal Mascarin, actually. She can always get herself later. How many of our guys have actually hit level 20? Like, none of them. Okay, there we go. We can just kill this guy this time. Assuming he doesn't fucking miss again. There. Okay, we might want to leave. Interesting. Didn't even give me the option to drop it. Oh, I guess because it drops, like, after the map, not from didn't drop from the enemy, it dropped from completing the map. Well, hopefully that actually did go into storage like it should have. Okay, so anyone who's level 20 can just stay behind. Does she seriously not have antidote? What the fuck, girl? Oh, I fear the Minotaurs. This might be the last floor that we're even able to do. Also, whoever's poisoned, we should unpoison them before they leave. Yeah, that'd be a pretty huge bug if the items from the hero trials didn't get sent to storage. Like, you could lose your, like, your sword on the final floor that way. Yeah, I'm positive that if that was ever an issue, they would have fixed it by now. Jeez. Okay. Everyone who's poisoned, go this way. Stay next to Sybil. Or Sybil, Grace. I guess either way. Sybil's going that way too. Oh, hey, the bats are on patrol. I feel like this is like slowing us down too much already. Like I actually have to try hard this map. Look at the health on these Minotaurs. The enemies on floor 1 we could kill in one shot, and you get 48 XP for it. Yeah, these guys are killing us in 2 shots. Maybe we should egress. Maybe we should egress. Oh, Eldar tanked that like a champion. Okay, I think we'll just kill this first batch of Minotaurs. I won't bother walking over to the next batch. We'll just egress out after killing these first 4. Sick. Oh, nice. Maybe we don't have to worry about that guy. Actually, I think Aura is more important than anything right here. In fact, I think we want Aura 2. Well, maybe this will see her get a level. Oh yeah, at some point I'm probably going to want to swap out the music too. Also, I might have to buy some drinks. I don't know if I have enough tea to keep me going the whole night. All through the night. I tell you what, I have never felt the need for... Holy shit. That guy must have a frost weakness. I've never felt the need for a skip animations feature in this game. I'm generally not a skip animations type of guy. I think it detracts from the drama of combat if you just like reduce all combat in SRPGs to just like units bump each other once and then meters and numbers go down. Like, your guys need to do something to represent combat. I like the old Fire Emblem games where animations off means that they, like, do those little on-map animations, like, just with the little sprites on the, map will, like, swing their weapons at each other. I love that. I hate it, or even as simple as, like, the GBA games, where, like, they just, like, bump into each other. That's something, at least. Like, the one sprite bumps the other sprite and goes... and then the meter goes down. That at least has, like, kind of a visceral feel to it. Too many RPGs go, like, SRPGs go overboard with the animation skip. Like, Langrisser does nothing. The Langrisser remake, Langrisser 1 and 2 remake, like, you do animation skip, and, like, it's literally just, like, the meter changes. It doesn't even animate. The meter doesn't even, like, scroll down. It just, like, immediately shifts to its new position. Just like, meters here, boink, meters there. Like, no animations, no bumping, not even a sound effect. It's such crap. And yeah, the animations are, like, so cool, especially with the crits giving you, like, yeah, again, such variety. With all that said, I wouldn't mind the option to skip animations just for the hero's trial. Never in this game, until now, have I really wanted the ability to skip animations. I would love it if animation skip was an option just for the hero's trial. It would actually make all of this go twice as quickly. I don't know, I guess I have more patience for just slow stuff in video games than I used to. I used to be that guy who was like, oh, long combat animations. People used to make fun of like Final Fantasy games back in the day for having like these super long, drawn out summon animations or whatever that make the combat go on forever. And like, looking in hindsight, games like Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VIII actually have like really, really fast combat compared to most JRPGs. That was the real innovation of the whole ATB system, I think. It didn't really have anything to do with like enhancing like the depth of strategy or anything in combat. It just made the battles go faster, which I think is really important in especially like an old school JRPG. It's part of the reason why I think Star Ocean is so good. Super fast combat. Oh yeah, that reminds me of one thing that I had kind of portioned out for a discussion tonight. So I saw on the Reddits that apparently Sea of Stars won some kind of indie game award. I want to say it was the Golden Joystick, like what award for best indie game at the Golden Joysticks or something like that. And yeah, Sea of Stars was the winner. Which I thought was like, you know, fair enough. I haven't played a lot of indie games this year, but like, yeah, if I were to pick from the ones I've played, yeah, Sea of Stars would probably be number one. Love that game. Doesn't really... How to describe it? It doesn't have that same virtue of like really zippy combat. The combat in Sea of Stars is actually quite drawn out. And pretty slow. The thing that and tactical, which is why I like it. I think that game had a brilliant combat system, maybe among the best combat systems out of any JRPG I've played. But I think the pace of combat for that game had worked for it because combat was so infrequent. Like they were set encounters, like it's like Chrono Trigger style. You could see the enemies on the map and like decide whether you want to do the battles or not. And there weren't really that many combats in each dungeon, so like it was kind of fun. I didn't mind the long battles in Sea of Stars. No, the discussion it prompted on the Reddit was just for a bunch of people to complain and shit all over the game and say how it was completely undeserving of the award, and Lies of P, or whatever everyone's favorite indie game is, got totally robbed. Or the other one people mentioned was Chained Echoes. Was that the other one that people keep comparing Sea of Stars to? I don't know why it is. I've talked about this on stream before. For some reason, Reddit... Oh no, not Star Ocean 2. Maybe I did say Star Ocean 2, but I meant Sea of Stars. You know how I get those confused. Maybe I said Star Ocean 2, but I meant Sea of Stars. Star Ocean 2 is definitely not an indie game. It's published by fucking Square Enix. But yeah, for some reason, Reddit has a massive hate boner for Sea of Stars. Like every time anyone mentions it or starts a topic about it, just like people just go just frothing at the mouth over how much they hate that game and how it has like the worst story and the worst combat and the worst dungeons of any JRPG ever. And like, I'm not even exaggerating. People literally say that. Yeah, we're gonna bounce. We're gonna egress out of here. And like, I don't know. I feel like people lose all sense of perspective. I see the complaints they make. It's like, oh, combat is repetitive. You're just doing the same thing over and over again to remove the locks. What else do they say about that game? Lacking in spell variety. All your characters only learn 4 moves. 4 moves isn't enough for a JRPG. And like, it makes me... Oh, yeah, I was actually just going to show something off here. So you can promote all your guys at once by talking to this guy, kind of like as a handy little time saver. Yeah, if you say yes to this guy, he'll just instantly promote everyone in your party who's eligible. I don't think I want to do that, though. If I can get my blessing from the priest, I'll do it that way, just because I like the satisfaction of seeing the numbers go up and having a little fanfare play. Ah, we can't do it. It has to be the other guy. Fine. Oh yeah, but we do still. You're right. We do still need to get our poison cured. But anyways, yeah, a lot of these criticisms people make of Sea of Stars like applies to literally any other JRPG. Like, oh, repetitive combat in a JRPG. You don't say. Like, and Sea of Stars has less repetitive combat and like more like tactical depth to it than other JRPGs. Like, sure, it's still not like the deepest system in the world, but like it's better than like 95% of other JRPGs. Like if Sea of Stars isn't up to your standard, then like how do you defend any other JRPG? Like, how do you defend any Final Fantasy game? How do you defend any Dragon Quest game? How do you defend Super Mario RPG, which is, like, Sea of Stars' main inspiration? I'm like, yeah, talk about, like, variety of skills or whatever. Most of the skills are completely useless in Mario RPG. Like, your characters have only something like 5 or 6 skills, or 5 or 6 spells in that game, and usually only 1 or 2 or 0 of them are actually useful. And I think what it is, and I hate to say this, I think that a lot of people just don't have any actual appreciation for the genre itself. Like, they're only just nostalgic for the games they played as kids, and like don't actually have any just like ability to appreciate any JRPG that beyond just the nostalgia they have for the ones they played in the past. Is that it? We just got 2 people promoted? That's garbage. Also, I don't like Synbios' new outfit. Oh, is that sleeveless? If it's sleeveless, I like it. If it's sleeveless, then that's badass. Although it looks like he's got, like... That can't be sleeveless, right? Because he's got, like, black stuff under his arms. Anyways. Maybe that's just hair. Oh, you know what it is? Those are gauntlets. He's got, like, gauntlets and then, like, this bit right here. Just bare in his arms. It also looks like he might have shoulder pads. I can't tell. Or are those just his shoulders? Those his big spherical shoulders. No, I think it's that he's wearing gloves up to, like, his forearms. I really hope those are his shoulders, because that'd be really funny. Because that's like the style of these character models. They're, like, mostly just circles. Just, like, circles and cylinders that kind of phase into each other. What was I going to do? We need to change our party. Oh, also... Can we access the rest of our party? Whoops. Oh, also, let's check out the portraits. Okay, yeah. I guess Synbios is looking just as stoic as he always does. Oh, Mascaren's looking pensive. I forgot how cute she was. So sadly, we can bench her. Actually, I guess even if we can't transfer our items from our benched party members, we can transfer the person with the tiara into the party and take the tiara from them. Oh, except we wanted to give the tiara to Mascarin, so... Whatever. We'll swap... we'll just do them one at a time. We'll swap Dantares. This is going to take way longer than I thought. Maybe I won't promote all the characters. I really want to see them all get promoted, though. Oh yeah, I'm also going to see if we have access to everyone's inventory from this screen. As if we were at HQ. We don't. Well, okay. Let's go for another dive. Also, I'm going to have Synbios attack one enemy, even though he doesn't need to level up at all. Purely just to see his new promoted combat model. Oh, yeah, that works. Kill that killer fish. Yeah, look at this. We can kill these guys in one shot for 49 XP. This is actually way faster. We should just level everyone on the first floor. And then egress out immediately. In fact, if I had the option, this would, I think, go faster if I only brought in a few characters at a time. That was a cool feature of the Star Ocean 2 remake. You can adjust the size of your party. So, like, even if you have fewer than 4 characters in the party, you can just put someone on the bench if you want to. This is a waste, but I don't care. I want to see him. Yeah! That's hilarious. Yeah, he's got completely bare arms. Those are his giant spherical shoulders we're looking at right here. Actually, if you go to the jumeisen.org website, there's a whole, like, image gallery with character artwork, like concept art, of just about all of the characters. Some, but not all of the characters, actually have artwork in the style of, like, the in-game graphics. Like, kind of this, like the chibi proportions that they use for the in-game graphics. Not the combat models, but like the map graphics. In fact, I think they do it for the 3 main heroes. Like, the artist actually drew like a pencil sketch of like Synbios looking like this, and it's really adorable. I think Hedva has one too. It's pretty great. Yeah, the second floor is actually kind of a pain in the ass. I might just level up on this first floor. Just kill all the lizard men and then egress out. Also, we might just do a couple characters at a time. That's probably the fastest way to do it. Okay, we don't need Synbios no more. Oh wait, no. Yeah, we don't need Synbios no more. Hey there, Deep Fry. Yeah, I'm intending to do a bunch of after-work streams this week. Because I really want to finish all of my end-game grinding for Shining Force, so that I can be ready to finish this game on Wednesday. So yeah, that's the plan at least. It might go a lot longer than I expected, though. Yeah, the Hero's Trial is unfortunately a lot less conducive to grinding than the Scenario 2 endgame dungeon was. If only we had our infinite Lizard Man dispenser, like in Scenario 2. Oh, just got back from Tales of Fantasia. Nice. How's that going? Are you close to finishing that game yet? I guess you wouldn't know if it's your first time through. Does it feel like you're getting close? Sure, let's give this one to noon. Oh yeah, what does he say? That's Japanese for now bear my Arctic Blast. I'm guessing Tereruka is Japanese for Arctic Blast. Collecting 4 spirits? Oh, okay. Yeah, close to the midpoint sounds about right. That sounds about right to me. Oh yeah, back to the Sea of Stars talk. The one thing that I can't really disagree with people about too much is the story. I do think the story, and particularly the characters, were kind of a letdown in Sea of Stars. Not the worst in any JRPG ever, like I've seen a lot of people say, but not great. Like in the combat system, the dungeon design, like the actual gameplay, I think Sea of Stars was among the best I've seen in any JRPG. In terms of like story writing and characters, like it's not among the worst, but it's, I don't know, low tier, I would say. Also, it had a really bad ending. I really disliked the ending of Sea of Stars. Kind of made the whole endeavor feel like a bit just pointless and futile in hindsight. And I'm not sure I could even articulate why. I had difficulty, like, just paying attention and taking in all the details. There's just so much, like, just unnecessary details and fluff and very little substance, I thought. Also, pretty much all the characters, as cool as they are pretty uninteresting. Like, I love the cyborg ninja girl, but, like, she doesn't really have much of a character or personality or arc, or much in the way of, like, even fun interactions with the other party members. Like, Garl is probably the most, like, vivacious character in the party, who probably has the most, like, build-up and most of an arc. And he was kind of annoying. I guess it depends, like, how much does story matter to you in a JRPG? To me, it actually does matter quite a bit to me, but the thing is, if the other aspects are good enough, like, I can kind of forgive a mediocre story, and that's what it was a mediocre story. There were some great moments in it. There were some great moments, like, individual things that were well presented, but, like, the whole... It was like a game where, like, the whole was less than the sum of its parts when it comes to storytelling, I thought. Like, there was stuff like the big death scene in the middle, the big crossing the Sea of Stars, and the sci-fi reveal. There were great individual moments in the story. But I feel like they didn't really, like, build or come together into anything solid in the end. Fuck! This is the second time now, Hagane. You bring dishonor to your clan. Oh, now he's on the move. You know, I could just egress out right now. This Harpy's not worth it. Oh, I think we get Orichalcum if we kill the Harpy, though. I had a point I was coming to with Sea of Stars, but I can't remember what it was. Oh, well. There's a reason I wanted to talk about all that, but I can't remember what it was now. I was gonna make, like, notes for, like, discussion topics at work, but work was a little bit busy, so I didn't have a chance to. Yeah, this map is actually kind of annoying, with the split party and the zombies poisoning everyone. I think we'll just egress out. But we might as well whack some zombies along the way. Has Dantares not learned level 3 halberds yet? I'm sure he has. We used him a lot in Scenario 1. Yeah, he's got level 3. There we go. We'll just let him keep that. Rune Spear's only doing that much damage? He must have a ways to go on Spears. Weak. Okay, so we are going to be egressing like 50 times to level up all our guys. I guess we'll save each time just in case something goes wrong. Now we can save on the map, it's faster. Oh, I remember now. I was kind of comparing thinking to myself how Sea of Stars. A lot of the people who right, a lot of people who I saw bitching about Sea of Stars said that they didn't get past like the first few hours. Kind of doing the same thing like I said earlier that I did with lots of PS2 games, not playing more than like the first 4 to 8 hours and just getting bored and switching them off. Apparently a lot of people did that with Sea of Stars, which actually I can hardly blame them for, because a lot of the early game of Sea of Stars really, really sucked, with like the gigantic flashback scene that was like just this pointless framing device. Or it's like you start out in the middle of the adventure, kind of, but then you just backtrack to the beginning and show everything that happened up to the point that you started at anyways. So there's like no point. Like there's no point to it being a flashback. They could have just started at the beginning. And yeah, it's just like a really, really long intro sequence, so I can actually hardly blame someone who wasn't like fully invested in the game or like fully like planning to like it and commit to it, who didn't go in with like super, super high expectations. Someone who was like less willing to give the game just like chance after chance after chance. So what's the phrase I'm looking for? To give it a lot of leeway. If you weren't willing to give it like a lot of leeway and give it lots of time to win you over, yeah, I can see how someone would quit Sea of Stars within like the first, 3 to 6 hours. And I think Star Ocean's kind of like that too. Star Ocean also has a very, very slow beginning. Alright, Sybil's 20. We're actually getting good level ups. Thought I remembered the level ups kind of falling off after 10 before you get your third promotion. I keep calling it the third promotion, it's really the second promotion. I guess that's the thing that's really changed with me since the PS2 days, is I was a lot more, I was willing to give games less of a chance, just because like there were so many of them I wanted to try. If a game didn't hook me, that was kind of my philosophy, is like, oh, if this game doesn't grab me within the first like few hours, what's the point? Just move on to the next one. These days I'm like really willing to like spend a lot of time to let a game win me over. Just keep giving it chance after chance to get good. Maybe that's a mistake. Maybe I do that too much. I played a whole ton of Tactics Ogre. Played tons of Tactics Ogre before I eventually decided I didn't like that game. But yeah, I wonder if I went back and played a ton of those PS2 RPGs, if I went back and played, like if instead of just trying the first 8 hours of Valkyrie Profile 2, or Persona 3, or Rogue Galaxy. Actually, Rogue Galaxy I barely played. I think I played like the first 3 hours of Rogue Galaxy. But yeah, if I went and tried like the first like 20 hours of each of those games instead of the first like 6 to 8 hours, if I would end up liking them a lot more. Grandia Extreme is another one. I only played like the first 8 hours of Grandia Extreme before dropping it. I'm struggling to think of PS2 JRPGs that really did hook me in. Final Fantasy X I liked well enough. I finished that game even though it's not one of my favorite Final Fantasies. X-2 I really loved. X-2 is probably my favorite PS2 JRPG. Grandia 2 I really like. Radiata Stories, even though that one has a action combat system. Oh, Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter. Actually, that might be my #1 PS2 RPG. Yeah, maybe it's Dragon Quarter, actually, for best PS2 JRPG for me. Can't do in the first 6 to 8 support. I mean, yes, but then a lot of JRPGs, I think, do take about that long to get going. Depending on your standards, I guess. If your standard for, like, what engages you is, like, really low, then, like, maybe you aren't bothered by the first, like, 8 hours of Valkyrie Profile 2 or Persona 3 being a little bit slow and uninteresting. Loving this attack. Did we see Eldar do this one at all in Scenario 1? Also, what the fuck is going on with Eldar's face? Is it just me, or is her eye all fucked up? I couldn't see with the wing in the way. Now her arm's in the way. She looks like a Tengu for a second. Yeah, maybe that's what happens. What's happened is I've just lowered my standards of what I really expect out of a JRPG. I think it is true that starting in the PS2 era, in particular, JRPGs just started to really just waste the player's time in a lot of ways with just unnecessarily long conversations. Just like, yeah, long, drawn-out conversations to convey really just simple information. And I say that I've changed since then, but actually, now that I think of it, I did the same thing with Trails in the Sky. I dropped Trails in the Sky after about 8 hours because I thought it was really boring, and pretty much nothing happened for that first 8 hours. That's an exaggeration. There was, like, what was it? Some kind of heist. Some pirates stole a thing and we chased after them and got the thing. And then our dad went missing and then we went to find him. I guess some stuff happened. Do we have 3 range on anything? Oh, she doesn't even know Tornado. She has no offensive spells. It would be faster if we just egressed out without killing the Harpy, but we get Orichalcum this way, and we'll need a bunch of it once we promote our guys. So yeah, there's dropping a game within the first several hours because you've decided that you don't like it for whatever reason. I guess the opposite of that would be where if you play a game for like 150 hours and then just decide in hindsight that you don't like that. Have you guys seen this tendency for like... There's a certain like genre of Steam user review where like they go on and on about how this is like the worst game they've ever played, and it has like this and this problem. Just like the worst example of the genre. Avoid this game at all costs. 2,000 hours played. Yeah, exactly. You know exactly where I'm going with this. Yeah. That's exactly where I was going with that. Yeah. Yeah. It's and you know what? I kind of get it. Yeah, what about the opposite? Where, like, a game is really entertaining for, like, the first, like, several hundred hours, And then, like, beyond that point, you come to some, like, realization. You come to some... Oh, I should have egressed with Symbios, whatever. You like, discover the secrets of the universe or something. You have this dark epiphany, and, like, the secrets of the game are laid bare before you, and you realize in hindsight that you wasted all of these hours, and that the game was actually awful all along. The game, like, tricked you into thinking that it was good. And you resent the time you spent with it in hindsight. Because I've had that happen to me with a lot of games before, actually. I've talked about this on stream. I would be the person who leaves a review like that about Dota 2, about Vampire Survivors, and about Shadowverse. Those are all games that I have, like, hundreds and hundreds of hours in, that in hindsight I would not recommend and deeply regret almost all of the time that I spent with them. I mean, yeah, there's all kinds of tongue-in-cheek user reviews on Steam too, but, like, I'm talking about the serious ones, like the borderline unhinged ones, like the guys who just, like, hate this game. And let me tell you, I would know, because I played it for 2,000 hours. No, nobody who rambles on for that many paragraphs is being tongue-in-cheek. At least I don't think so. Fuck, everyone's getting poisoned again. Yeah, we egress out of the zombie floor. This is just a pain in the ass. But at least we can get a few kills out of this. Also, the music's starting to drive me crazy, and I might change it right away. Maybe after this dungeon run. Oh, he's 20 already. Murasame's legal. We can, ignore him now. Oh yeah, that's another thing that can happen. That's a different thing. Where, like, the developers do a bad update to a game. And, just ruin what used to be a good game. I've rarely encountered that, but I have seen it happen. Probably biggest example that happened with a game I've played on stream was Soldiers. Damn it, she's just short of killing him. One more level up and she'd be able to one-shot him. Did I accidentally skip Symbios' turn again? Also, does Grace have a kill wand? Oh, she does. She's got Thanatos. Gonna cast Death on a zombie. You don't understand committing that much time to something so unenjoyable? See, I do understand it, because I've had it happen to me before. Like, games can be addictive. Like, games can be really addictive without offering you really anything of substance. Like, I kind of feel like I was tricked into spending so many hours on those games in hindsight. Like, that happened to me with Shadowverse, where for, like, a long, long time, I was not having any fun with that game, but I got kind of, like, what's the word? I got, like, BF Skinnered into just, like, I gotta do my dailies, otherwise I'll miss out. I'm not gonna get the monthly card sleeves if I don't get this number of victories. Gotta do those dailies, gotta get that login bonus, gotta get my points. This deck on paper, this deck should work like 60% of the time, but I keep on losing. Yeah, I accidentally skipped Symbios' turn again, whatever. I fell into, like, the fucking, I was like a fucking casino addict with Dota for a long time. With Dota, I got deep into, like, matched play, like the competitive mode, ranked mode. And, like, I was like, okay, it's, I decided that 3,700 was my threshold. It's like I'm not enjoying this game so much anymore, but like I want to end on a high note. I'll just climb to 3700 elo, and then I'll call it quits. And it took me like several months. And you know what happened? I made it above 3700 at one point. And I was like, oh, cool. I guess I'll play one more for the road. And then I lost that game and I got back below 3700, and it took me like another 2 weeks to get back above 3700. I went on a big losing streak after that. I just because I wanted this stupid number on my profile after I decided to never play this game anymore. I was such a fucking idiot. But like that happens to people. Like, yeah, again, gambling addicts and stuff. And like games are specifically designed to exploit that kind of psychology these days. I'm glad it happened to me, because now I'm like, I think I'm immune. I think at least I thought I was immune, because I kind of got into it again with Vampire Survivors. Kind of got into it again with Vampire Survivors. It's like, oh, I gotta get my unlocks. I want to make this specific build work, even though if I don't get the right, keep not getting the right weapon rolls that I need. I stopped playing Vampire Survivors a lot sooner than those other games, though. Like, I had probably like 12 to 15 good hours with Vampire Survivors. Everything past that I kind of regret. Spending 500 plus? I mean, at some point it becomes a habit. Like I said, it's, again, a lot of, especially the competitive games, competitive CCGs and stuff, like, they have stuff in the games to, like, compel you to want to play every day, to avoid missing out on your daily rewards or whatever. Okay. It becomes a habit. It really becomes a habit at some point. Like, that was just the thing that I did after work. For like a few years, was just like play a few matches of Dota, and then after that it was play a few matches of Shadowverse. Like, for years I did that. Even after I was no longer enjoying those games, I did that for years. I didn't have anything else to do. I mean, that's not true. That's the thing, is that's not true, but you think that way. It was the easy thing to do. It was the default thing to do. It becomes automatic. It becomes a habit. Like, that's what a habit is. It's just like an automatic thought process that leads you to a certain set of actions. Honestly, I've been really averse to like any sort of multiplayer or competitive game as a result. Like, I think the thing that's good about multiplayer and competitive games, I think, is the social aspects of them. That's what I like about, like, my weekly card game nights every Thursdays. Like, that's a competitive deck building game. It's essentially the same kind of game as Shadowverse. It's just like I'm playing it with my friends and we talk and we have like our own personal, like, 4-player meta that we're trying to wrestle with. And like, that's fun because it's like me and people I know, not a bunch of like antisocial strangers on the internet. Like, I don't know. I find it difficult to see how a competitive competitive multiplayer game online could be enjoyed outside of like having that aspect to it. To me, the type of game that I try to pursue these days is like a game, I don't know how to say this without sounding like a pretentious douchebag, like appreciating a game as like a piece of artistry, like a movie or a book or something. Like something that's going to leave something with you by the time you're done with it, like some idea or experience that you can, you know, talk about, or that left some kind of impression on you after the fact. And I guess I did get that from some of the competitive games I played. Like, I can appreciate Dota as a piece of game design. That game has a lot of interesting ideas just from like a mechanics and like gameplay perspective. But I didn't have to play it for like fucking 1,500 hours to get that level of appreciation out of it. Actually, I got that phrasing from Hideo Kojima, actually. The thing that I saw him say that in an interview where he won... I can't remember the exact comparison, but the takeaway was that he said that he wanted his games to always be something that the player would take something away from it. That something from his games would stay in their mind afterwards. It would give them something to think about. That would like stay with them for years afterwards. And like that's what I look for from the games I play these days, and I just don't know, I just don't see how I can get that from like a multiplayer competitive game. Conquer King? I haven't seen this. Oh, you know what? I have. I remember this now. Yeah, the telekinetic juggling fists. That'd be a cool Virtua Fighter move. Games like this don't really have a reward outside what's on the screen versus gambling being a real... I mean, that's becoming less and less true with modern games. Like, a whole bunch of modern online games do have, like, ways to drain money out of your wallet. Loot boxes and, that kind of crap. Difference with a habit in a game is you're neutral or positive versus when you actively dislike. I don't know. You can have love-hate relationships. Usually, what it is, and this is what it is with addiction in general, I think, is that you're chasing an experience that, like, you no longer really get. In fact, yeah, this is actually how it is with drug addiction. It's like you're chasing that high that you used to get. It's like I used to have great times with Dota when I was like learning the game, figuring out the strategies, learning the characters, had good, close, competitive games and stuff, and then, like, at some point, like, once you reach a certain ELO or reach a certain level of familiarity with the game, like, that just stops, and, like, you're chasing that experience again, but for some reason it just isn't there anymore. But you keep going back to the game over and over and over again, chasing those good times you had, like, years ago that have been gone. That's how it is with bad relationships sometimes. Yeah, bad relationships in real life can be that way. Even if you have loot boxes, then they stay in the game. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Like, even the loot box stuff, even if... I don't know, I feel like draining your money is the real world. I don't know if that's... I don't know. I feel like game developers are able to, like, get away with stuff sometimes by trying to blur that distinction between, like, oh, it's just in the game, there's nothing real about it. Like, that's the reason why they'll always, like, make you convert your real money to in-game currency. Like, oh, it's not real money, it's Fortnite bucks or whatever, to, like, blur that distinction, to, like, to detract from the realization that you're spending actual money. And, like, in a sense, all games have a real-world component to them, because, like, you're spending your real-world time playing them. So at the very minimum, you have that. But yeah, like, you're not gonna... Except in extreme cases, you're not gonna, like, trash your health playing a video game the same way you'll, like, you know, do serious damage to your body abusing drugs or alcohol or something. You can, but in games, but, like, only in extreme cases. You get like the, yeah, like insanely addicted WoW players who like piss in bottles so they don't have to leave their keyboard to go to the bathroom. That kind of thing. I think it's funny and ironic that we're talking about gaming addiction stuff and like obsessive compulsion to do stuff in games that isn't fun. While I'm grinding all my characters to level 20 just to see like a different color outfit and a different portrait for everyone. I'm choosing to spend like 4 hours out of my life doing this just to see it. Honestly, I don't think I would do this if it weren't on stream. It's the ability to, yeah, like actually, again, get that social aspect, talk to people while doing this that kind of keeps me feeling not too bad about what we're doing right now. Am I enjoying it? I mean, not innately. I'm mostly enjoying the conversation. I guess that's another aspect of games, is like doing stuff for the challenge. Like, really, I guess it's just completionism. I guess it's just another form of completionism. I just have like a general positive feeling towards this game, and so I want to find excuses to play more of it. Damn it, I forgot to swap to that. Wait, I could have sworn that I swapped. Oh no, Obright swapped to the hand axe. What's his name? Hayward didn't yet. Time to give this game money. I mean, I will have probably played this game for over... Yeah, definitely, I'll have played... If you count, like, all 3 scenarios of Shining Force 3 as one game, I will have played probably close to 250 hours of Shining Force 3 total across both of my playthroughs. That's more than almost any game that I have on Steam. And, like, I don't know. I don't feel bad about that. Maybe more of that time than I would like has been spent on Hero's Trial grinding, but not a ton of it. It's still, like, 95%, like, doing the maps, doing the fun stuff. Okay, maybe there's, maybe mithril management is a bit of a pain, too. The game itself is great. Yeah, the game itself is still aces. And honestly, like, if I really, really hated it that much, I could just not do it. Like I said, this is largely self-imposed. I don't know. I have to ask Deep Fried. Because the Deep Fried does this kind of thing more than me, where it's just like doing boring, tedious things for the sake of 100%ing a game. I only really do it with games I really, really like. Just like trying to find an excuse to like do something. Some kind of challenge. Some sort of like completionist challenge. As an excuse to find like new ways to keep playing the games that I like. Like my Azure Dreams challenge run, where I got every single monster in the game. Or like the other challenge run where I did the hardcore run, the naked run, where you go into the tower with nothing every time. Like to close the book? Interesting. How firmly do you consider that book to be closed after you finish a game? Do you not replay games that often? And if you do you 100% them again the second time? I think I kind of get that, actually. I kind of get that. The sense of, like, finality. And it's like, I have gotten everything that I possibly could have out of this game. And yeah, that's part of what it is for me. Yeah, the drive to get everything that I can out of the games that I like. Don't replay unless a new remake comes out? Oh, okay. That's, yeah, you know, when you look at it that way, that's, yeah, makes at least as much sense of my approach of never 100%ing anything, practically, but, like, replaying my favorite games every couple years or so. Or, like, 10 times a year, in the case of stuff like Sonic the Hedgehog. Nice, Oberite getting them 2 defense level ups. Damn it, Horse is out of range. Oh, I'll get him his axe right now before I forget. Or his tomahawk, rather. Oh, I thought he would be in range there. Only games you think you've played 100%ed is Shining Force, Phantasy Star 4, and the new God of Wars. Oh, yeah. What do you consider to be 100% for Shining Force? Because, yeah, the old game, most old games don't actually track completion the same way that modern ones do. Like, almost all modern games kind of incentivize completionism in some way with, like, the, you know, platinum trophies and achievements and just having a percentage on your save file and stuff. It's not a lot of old games that actually do that. Oh god, we're spazzing out! Whoops. Killed my headphones. Oh, we didn't kill all the lizard men yet, did we? Yeah, because most RPGs, especially old ones, don't track completion percentage. So, like, depending on what your standard is, like, you could say that you have to grind everyone to level 99 in Final Fantasy VII to get 100% completion. Which, by the way, is an unbelievably tedious thing to do. Can I get the dragon from here? I can't. 100% in Shining Force is all recruits, kill all monsters, any side quests, and the best mithril items. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. You'll have, like, a perfect save file for the end game. Like, if you look at... Like, if, yeah, you, like, load up your end game save file, and it's like, oh, I got all the characters, got all the best items. There's nothing... As far as you can tell from the save file, there's nothing that I missed that you would want for the end game. Alright, let's get blessed. Looks like it's gonna take us about 4 hours on average to finish each party. Ooh, Irene is a Fistmaster now. Sybil's a Paladin, Eldar's a Winglord, Murasame is a Master Ninja. Cool, we are now the Shining Force. FF3, you've grinded for full party soulmate. Jeez. That seems rough. What about levels? Like, at what level threshold do you consider that to be, like, 100% enough? Is there a level cap? Yeah, level cap is 40, isn't it? Is that right? Oh yeah, let's take a look at our promoted guys. Oh yeah, we'll have to check out all their outfits in base after we're done, too. There's Irene. Everyone looks so, like, serene once they've promoted. Like they've become enlightened or something. Didn't we promote, like, 4 people? What the fuck? Oh, I've transferred a bunch of people who are at level 20 onto the bench, yeah. Sybil and Eldar and Murasame are promoted. Okay. Oh, so it promotes even your guys on the bench. Actually, we should get started on Pen. He's gonna take a while. Should I bring Pen to the premium disc? Maybe we can make that a donation incentive. Never max levels in Shining Force. You know, I've heard from some people, both in chat and online, that they really like to do that, actually. A lot of people really like level grinding in Shining Force. Apparently, I'm one of them, too, because, like, what are we doing right now? Actually, some level of grinding I think is kind of necessary in this game. Maybe I'll try to avoid it the next time I play this game. You know, it's kind of stupid that I'm doing this on 2 consecutive playthroughs. Like, I did this the first time through the game. It's like, oh, let's promote everyone to see their new portraits and outfits. And on the second playthrough, let's do it again for some reason. You know, it's something about streaming a game, actually. Whenever I'm streaming a game, I do feel a little bit more of a compulsion than usual to, like, see more content and, like, do more things than I might have otherwise, just for the sake of showing them off. Again, to get that sense of finality. To, like, just to make sure that I've, like, fully shown off everything that's worth seeing in the game to the viewers. Does he have any magic? No, that's right, only Pendolph has magic. Is Pen even going to be able to damage this guy? Yeah, so how beneficial do you find promotion at 20 to be? Does it really make the game that much easier? Having that extra 10 levels worth of stats or whatever? I know it does in Shining Force 1. Makes it harder? Yeah, I suppose it depends on how you do it and which game you're playing. Because, like, for example, in Shining Force 1, if you late promote, you're missing out on weapon upgrades. Like, beyond a certain chapter, the equipment that they sell can only be used by promoted characters, and you won't be anywhere near level 20 by that point. There's only so much you can grind, though, because, like, eventually the enemies just stop giving you experience. You get, like, 1 XP per kill. Carrying stats in SF1? Really? I found that hard to believe. I thought that, whoops, damn it. I thought Shining Force 1 had the most impact for late promoting. Different characters. Yeah, I actually don't have a good sense for how the growth rates are different for different characters in this game. Why am I doing this? I could have just bonked him. I didn't see that he had 3 health. I could have just bonked him with the staff for the kill. Should we promote Arthur at 20? We barely used Arthur in Scenario 2. Should I try to promote him at 20 this time around? I guess if someone actually did the promotion in Shining Force 1 and showed the side-by-side comparison, I guess that proves that late promoting doesn't help much. Oh, in Shining Force 1, I see. Someone told me that he could be good in this game too, but I was not able to make him good. Love that attack. Oh, that was you. Yeah, I thought it must have been. Kaka! Can he actually damage him? Oh, with this he can. Can't even kill the lizard. Oh, there's the level. Oh yeah, I said I was gonna put on some music. Man, you know, at the rate we're going, I don't think I'm gonna get all of this done. don't think I'm gonna get all this done by Wednesday. This is pretty stupid in hindsight. You know, I might, yeah, considering how this is going a lot more slowly than I remembered, I might rethink my strategy. Yeah, I think we'll do it... okay, here's how we'll do. Instead of going one party at a time, we'll do it on a priority system. I will decide which characters I'm going to take into the final map. We'll do them first, and we'll do that for each party. We'll choose our 12 guys for Symbiosis Force. We'll take them to the bottom of the dungeon, grind them up as much as we want. Then we'll do the same for Median. Then we'll do what needs to be done for Julian. Then, if I still have any time left to stream before Wednesday, then we'll grind up everyone else to get them promoted. I think that's what we'll do. Now the downside of that is I'd actually get a better sense. I'd get a better sense of who I want to use if I were to grind everyone up first and then promote them. I could compare their stats and see what kind of spells and whatnot they're working with. Oh, Grace is done. Goal is to be done Tales of Fantasia by not next weekend, but the weekend after. It's an ambitious goal. Was there a Colosseum? I don't think so. I think the first Colosseum was in Tales of Destiny. But I could be wrong. It has been like 30 years since I played Tales of Fantasia. That's not true. Like 20 years. I do really want to level up Pen, just... I don't know, just for the memes. Maybe I'll choose Pen as one of my characters to take into the final map. We'll take him into the final map, but not the premium disc. Oh, can we get Mithril Beak on Pen? I got it, it gave him a gold beak. Pen doesn't get a Mithril Beak, does he? Because I tried to craft him one in Scenario 1. And he didn't have a beak option. Or unless they added a new one in for Scenario 3. Damn it. Didn't move far enough. Ah! I might try that just to see it, because I'm curious how much better it is than the gold beak. Alright, noon is 20. Soul Steel 2. You know, I probably want to take all the mages to 20 anyways. I'll probably use all of them on the final map at least. Silver Beak? I had a Silver Beak already. I had that on Pendolph, and the Gold Beak was better. Yeah, the Gold Beak is actually better than the Silver Beak. Damn it! Fucking Hagane, that's the third time, and he's the only one who's missed. Gold was a purchase, yes, but I can transfer it between my penguins if all we want to do is level them up. Yeah, gold was a haggle at the shop in this town. Oh, Killerfish is still alive. We gotta kill the Killerfish. Man, remember when Justin was really good at one point in Scenario 1, and then he just stopped being good? I like his face. He's got angry eyes. Really angry. like, angrier than Bridget, even. Uh-oh. Oh, there's still a lizard man there. We can't get him now. We dropped off the cliff. Actually, we don't want to kill the harpy yet. Oh yeah, we gotta capture a monster with papids, too. Can anyone get that lizard? Probably Hayward. It's not worth waiting, though. Plenty of fish in the sea. Ooh. Oh, also, apparently we are, like, ascending. We're ascending through the dungeon, even though we go down the stairs into a pit. Okay, I think we get like 2 new people promoted now. In the name of Elbisam in the light, I bless the deserving ones. Grace and Noon. Everyone else is undeserving. So what's Grace and Noon got going for him? Woof. Grace looks weird. She looks more like a cat now. From this angle, you can't really see the like long deer snout. She looks like a cat. Noon's looking sinister. What's with his eyes? Looks like a fucking vampire. He literally looks like Dracula in Rondo of Blood. Which I've actually been playing a little bit off stream recently. I saw Choops play that game a couple weeks ago on stream. He fucking hates it for some reason. So I decided to play it and enjoy it because he couldn't. Oh, we gotta transfer party members. Okay. So we're changing our approach here. We're only gonna train up the people that we want to use. Who do we want to use? Definitely Mascarin, definitely Grace, definitely Noon. Definitely Irene. Probably Khan. Definitely Eldar. Definitely not Justin. Definitely not Penn. Oh yeah, Murasame is good in this game. We'll take Murasame. Do I want Finding? I think I kind of want Finding. Do we take one of the Axe Bros? No, I think Obright and Horst both run the B team in this game. Ratchet, too. Sybil's in for sure. She was one of our good... In fact, I'll probably take her instead of Dantares. Actually, do I want both Irene and Khan? Irene's got Resist, Khan's got Slow and Support. They both got very good spell lists. You know, I can actually tell who I was using by their accessories. Oh, we've got a broken ring. Whatever, he's never going to use that. We can repair it later. Or we can repair it now. I'll probably forget otherwise. Fantasia is directly linked to Symphonia. The bad guy in Fantasia is from Symphonia's world? Really? I don't think I played far enough into Symphonia to actually see that. Yeah, I saw the Apollo pin. I'm just thinking about whether I want to... Yeah, that'll be the next thing we do, is after we finalize our party, we'll transfer accessories. Oh, also we gotta get weapons on these guys, too. Okay, so we'll go with the original plan of, like, a 2 basically like a two-part approach to each party. First, we get everyone promoted. Who we want to? First, we choose who we want to use. We get them all promoted. We get them all equipped. Then we clear the dungeon. It's a 4-part plan. Of which we have done none, because we wasted a bunch of time fucking around promoting people that we're not going to use. But that's fine. We can just say that the first 3 hours of this stream were our planning session. It took us 3 hours to come up with that plan. Oh yeah, we still have that princess ring, too. That's the other thing, yeah, we need to get our accessories in order. So I don't think that magic ring is actually very good for her. Not as good as the princess. Or the steel tiara. Actually, I wonder if Hagane can wear that. Or not Hagane, the other one. The lady ninja. Hazuki. I wonder if she can use it. Yeah, we'll put this on her. Then, does anyone else want her? Actually, yes. Oops. Yeah, I think we can give that to Grace, actually. Because she's likely to be casting auras in emergencies. Also, I don't think she has to equip it to use it. Hey, BioBilly. Yep, we're doing the Sunday stream. And hopefully, Monday and Tuesday stream, too. Depending on how much progress we make here. So the idea is I want to do all of... There's this bonus dungeon. This endgame side dungeon. That I want to level up all my characters in before we do the final boss in the premium disc. Which is going to make for pretty boring streaming, because it's literally just grinding. Clearing the first map, and exiting and re-clearing it over and over again until everyone's promoted. I don't want to do boring stuff on my regular stream days, so I've decided to relegate all the boring stuff to the chillaxed, super casual, after-work evening streams. Okay, thanks, friend. Thanks, Fred. I guess friend works too. Thanks, friend. Tell your mom thanks for me. Have a good night. Why am I here again? Oh yeah, so I can, so that I can transfer my items correctly. So the characters we're not gonna use... Actually, I can't really tell who's on the bench from here. That kind of sucks. Are we gonna use Dantares? Okay, let's go back and... Is this the final party? Let's go back to the church one more time. Again, I got the problem where like, there's more characters that I want to use than we can actually use. Oh yeah, we don't have an archer. We don't have an archer. An archer would be nice. Do we really need... Do we really need 2 ninjas and 2 monks? Honestly, Hagane's spell list is not very good. Also, his attack is fucking garbage. Oh, Murasame's got the Apollo pin. Does that even account for it, though? Does Apollo pin even give you attack? I'm gonna bench Hagane. See, this is why it helps to promote everyone. Oh, Murasame's promoted. I got that backwards. Murasame's promoted and Hagane isn't. So that explains the difference. So he would gain like 5 for promoting 1 from the level up. So he would be like 74, really. Oh, and Apollo gives 5, so Hagane is actually better. Murasame's got resist though. That's really good. I just don't know what Hagane brings to the table. I'll bring Hayward instead. Frank is just cool. I like Frank. We'll keep him. What else? Khan's not great, but he has support and he has slow. And he has heal. We'll keep Apollo. Irene's got resist, so she's in. That healing ring is garbage. We need to get something better for her. Do I need 2 flyers? Flyers I think are going to be really good on the final map. 76, 91. Wait a sec, what the fuck? Oh, because Eldar's promoted and Finding isn't. I mean, yeah, the thing is that Hayward is good. Yeah, it's not so much that he's an archer as that he's good. I wish Ratchet were good, but he isn't. I don't think we use Obright or Horst. They were not very good in Scenario 1. Is this the party? I think this is the party. I mean, forget who's good. Like, who do we like? I mean, pretty much all the bad characters. I like Obright, Agane, Dantares, and Ratchet. I even like Horst. But they're all pretty much worse than the guys we put in the team. We'll go with this. Hey there, Garbin. I've decided not to use Ratchet. I might use Turk. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. We're deciding what to do with Team 1. Yeah, in fact, Ratchet, I think, was apparently one of my least used characters in Scenario 1. He's the lowest level out of the whole party. Okay, so we need to retrieve some accessories. Can I dump them right into storage? I would love it if we could. Oh, yeah, we need to go into Symbiosis HQ. Could I use one of the giant missile guys? I don't know who you mean. Like the slow dudes, like Ratchet, Turk, and Robbie? Yeah, the robot is the same type of character as, the same class as Ratchet and Turk. Oh yeah, now I have to remember who we all... Oh yeah, I don't have access to storage from here. Ah, fuck it. We'll just, unequip our stuff and transfer it around. So Danny's out. We probably want to toss his white ring, but we can't. This is so annoying. Is there any better way to do this? I think I have to transfer an item to someone else to free up an empty space, and then he has to unequip it. There we go. Deposit stuff. I guess we could do it that way. Yeah, I hate not having my advisor here in HQ. It was handy to have access to, like, all of your party members in the menu, and also have access to the stash. In fact, you're right. You're right. We should just deposit everything. That's the fastest way to do it. Then there's no reason to go to HQ. That means that our guys will be accessory-less if I decide to grind them at the end of all this. But that's fine, we can just re-accessorize them. Okay, so Dantares was out. Obright is out. We're pretty unlikely to want the Gale Ring, but... Oh yeah, any valuable items I guess we can stash too. Gaia Axe isn't super valuable. Dantares doesn't really have anything valuable. Irene is in. I'll let her keep that. Oh, you know what? I'll stash this just because I know I don't want her to have it. Khan we're not using. It's pretty... Or was I? No, we are using Khan. Yeah. He can keep that ring, although I might want him to change it. We are not using Justin. He can give up that Apollo pin. Can I use Robbie and Turk? Maybe. I'll have to make that decision once we start grinding up those two parties. I'm just working on Symbiosis army right now. I'm basically gonna completely like level up all of the Symbiose guys we're using, and then move on to medians, and then do Julian. Ratchet. I am not going. Oh no, that's a power ring, not an attack ring. We will probably use that. Oh yeah, we are using Frank. He can give that up. That helmet. Oh, that helmet's actually pretty good. Critical 10? Yeah, we'll give that to our other ninja. Oh, also give up that Aura Chalcum. Oh yeah, we got items to use. We'll have to take that bread. Oh wait, he's in our party. I could have kept that there. Didn't we get some other stat boosters? Are we using Finding? We are. Okay, that's it. Deposit drops in fairy powder and take them out after? Who has the time? Maybe later. Okay, so accessories. Basically just what spare accessories do we have? Probably power ring to Irene. Oh right, I gotta fucking take them out of storage. Oh, to clear space? But then we just have to take them out later. Wait, what am I doing? That's the opposite of what we want to do. I want to take. Oh, we got a shared inventory now, too. Or a shared stash. Okay, so the Dark Helmet goes to Hagane. No, not Hagane. Murasame. Oh, he's got the Apollo pin right now. Still, I think I like crit better on him. Oh no, or does Apollo pin give him crit? Whatever, he's a ninja or whatever, so only he can use this. Someone else can take the Apollo pin. Yeah, sure, we'll deposit it. Then who are we gonna give that to? Yeah, it gives critical 5, attack 5. Actually, I think I want that on our archer. I think I'll actually give that... Oh, I think Hayward has one already. He doesn't. What does Hayward have? Well, it just gives him luck, so I guess I'll... Fuck. Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right, we can't take stuff out of storage. If we're maxed on items, that's really annoying. You're right, I will give up the fairy dust to, Why can't I just make a trade? Why not just, oh, take it, take this item, deposit this item? Why can't I just do that? Grace isn't going to change her accessories, so that can stay. What is this item he's got anyways? Oh, attack ring, that's garbage. Might as well deposit this. And this. I might give him a different accessory if one is available. Don't know if we'll have another accessory for noon. Okay, nobody's stuck on 4 items. Now I can take our stuff. So, Apollo pin will definitely go to Hayward. Yeah, and then it just asks you if you want to deposit his old one. So it literally works that way with your equipped items. It just doesn't work that way with, like, items in your inventory. We will deposit the attack ring and not take it out. What's next on the priority list? Oh, do we have 2 Apollo pins in here? We do. I could save one for Median's army. Defense is kind of an important stat. There aren't that many characters that I want to give a low defense item to. I'm fine giving it to archers, because they tend to stay out of the way. Could give it to Pen, just so he can kill stuff. I'll actually do that. No, we're not using Pen. We'll just keep it in the... Oh, what the fuck does Frank have right now? Oh, Frank has nothing. I might give it to him. That's kind of crazy. Cool. Berserker Frank. Let's do it. So that's crap. We definitely want to give someone the white ring. The question is who? Fending, probably. Master Ring we can give up. I might want to give... Oh, and we got a Power Ring. That should definitely go on someone. Murasami's got that ninja helm. Honestly, it might go good on Frank. Someone wants the Power Ring. Oh, Sybil wants it. What does she have? Oh, yeah, she's got that Artemis pin. Who else would I give that? Or the Artemis earrings. Who else would I give that to? No one in this party. Okay, I think I'll just have her give that to someone. Oh, I could give it to Symbios. Yeah, 2 HP regen actually doesn't do much at this stage in the game. Yeah. Oh, Irene still needs something, too. Oh, I could give her a white ring. Could also give her the power ring. Actually, Symbios has good attack already. I think I will give it to Irene. Yeah, I agree. The inventory system is pretty balls in this game, to be honest. Especially with, yeah, there being so many characters, especially managing it with 3 different parties in the end game here. Okay, I think that's it. I'll just double check in here to make sure there's no super valuable accessories, but I think we're good. Also, even if I do leave something behind, that just means we can use it for the other parties. Gale Ring is pretty good. We're not... Okay, I wish I could see the accessory that these guys have equipped from this screen. We'll just do a quick run to make sure that nobody's wearing something really worthless. Yeah, everyone's got good rings. I might give... Magic Ring's good for him. We'll keep it. Yeah, everyone's got good rings. Okay, so we'll save. So first we'll do a run to promote all of our guys who aren't promoted yet. Hopefully we'll only take 1 run. Then we'll do a run to clear the dungeon, and then we'll do the same with Median. With that said, we might... In fact, we almost definitely won't get all that done tonight. It's the only one you use? I'm not convinced it's even that good. I think defense is really valuable in this game. I guess I could stream a little bit later than I was intending. I mean, we're here now. I might not get a stream in tomorrow or the day after. I'll certainly do one of those days, but I don't know if I'll do both. It certainly simplifies the whole accessorizing process. It's just like, who do I give this to? Who do I give this to? Just nope, Artemis and Apollo for everyone. I guess I'll just keep streaming until I run out of beverage. Keep streaming until the tea's gone. With that said, I do need to go make more tea and also go to the bathroom. I'm thinking I'm going to mute the game audio. Actually, do we have separate audio controls in this game? I don't think we do. Yeah, there's no way to turn music off, which is a bit of a shame. But yeah, I think we'll do a jazz break. And I think we'll just keep the jazz on for the rest of the night as we grind our way through the Hero's Trial. What program do I use to stream? So I use a program called Streamlabs OBS, but I don't recommend it. I recommend just using regular OBS, or OBS Studio. Yeah, I recommend OBS Studio. Do not use Streamlabs OBS. I only use Streamlabs OBS because I didn't know any better at the time that I started streaming. But OBS Studio is just a strictly superior product with more features. And Streamlabs OBS is essentially a bad plagiarized version of OBS Studio with a bunch of the features of OBS Studio locked behind a paywall. The only reason I still use it is because like this is the one I started with, and I've got my whole setup on here, and I don't feel like doing it all again and learning to use OBS Studio. Anyways, so yeah, I'm gonna go take a quick refreshment break, and then we'll do some jazzy grinding for the rest of the evening. I'll be right back. Alright, tea is steeping, and I also poured myself some gin to, I don't know, make the pain go away. Alright. Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one. I like this song. Okay. Alright. So what's the game plan here? I guess anybody who's level 20 already, or who's promoted already, just doesn't move. And everybody who still needs to promote gets to move. See, this is where it would be really nice to... Oh, also, check out everyone's snazzy new outfits. Grace is just a very slightly different shade of blue, but everyone else is looking dapper. Murasame's wearing yellow. Fucking banana samurai here. We've actually got more of these guys promoted than I thought. Oh yeah, we haven't used Finding at all. That's right, he joins on like the final map in Scenario 1. Is he even any good? I guess we'll see. He's a flyer, so I kind of took him just automatically. We'll see if he's any good right now. 1-1-1-1. I guess that's kind of the standard. That's like your baseline. He recovered an HP? Oh, that's probably from the rapier. You know what? He's pretty unique. He's a flying dude who uses a rapier. Don't normally flying dudes use regular swords? Oh, Frank's almost there. Hayward is not almost there. Actually, with the kills only being divided between like 4 characters, we should get everyone promoted pretty quickly. That's actually something I really like about Shining Force compared to Fire Emblem. Is like, it still has the random level ups, but you pretty much always get something. Or I guess that's more the case in Shining Force 3. The level ups were more random in Shining Force 1 and 2. Actually, it's kind of true of the Shining Force series in general for like a lot of things. In general, the series made just about everything less random as it went along. Like the RNG for like turn order initiative got less and less random from game to game. Your level ups got less and less random from game to game. Stuff like miss rates and counterattacks got less random. You see far fewer of those in this game compared to Shining Force 1 and 2. Level up. You know, it kind of sucks losing the level up fanfare. That's like an exciting moment that we miss out on doing to have the game audio turned off. Maybe I'll just hum it for you guys every time it happens. Da, 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 da. And I guess you guys would hear that like 30 times by the time we're done grinding here. Because we got a lot of levels to gain. Oh, we missed out on the hype voice clips for crits too. 101 damage. Da, 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 ding, 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 ding. Ooh, 2 defense. Good for Frank. But yeah, like in Shining Force 3, the baseline level up for just about every character gets like 1-1-1-1 for a level up. 1 hit point, 1 MP, 1 attack, 1 defense, 1 agility. And then like any deviations, and then it kind of deviates from that based on luck. Like if you're lucky, you get 2 of a stat. If you're unlucky, you miss like 1 of those stats. But most of the time, you'll be getting 1-1-1-1, so every level up will benefit you at least a little bit. That's always the worst shit in Fire Emblem, when you level up and you just get nothing. Not like literally nothing, you almost always get something. Although I've had my share of blank level ups playing Fire Emblem games. But like sometimes you get a level up that's practically blank. It's like, oh cool, +1 luck. +1 luck. Good job, Jew. Man, I miss the sound effects too. I really wish that that's this one thing that Fire Emblem has over Shining Force, is the ability to. Oh, and now Frank is level 20. Is the ability to separately disable the music and the sound effects. Actually, I don't think there even is an option to turn off sound effects in Fire Emblem, but you can turn off the music. Should be a standard feature in all games. I love being able to play my own music, but keep the game's sound effects on. Azure Dreams has that feature, and it definitely enhanced the replayability of Azure Dreams. Damn it. We can bring Fing Ding down here. Random Shining Force question, but has there ever been a ballista-style unit in Shining Force? No. Shining Force units are pretty standardized throughout the games. In fact, almost all Shining Force units fall into pretty much the same classes you saw in Shining Force 1. You got your Centaur Knights, your Gladiator Dwarves, your Priests, your Wizards. Just about every Shining Force character is some variant of those. Your Monks, Flyers. There's like a relatively, actually a fairly wide number of archetypes, but like all characters fall into those archetypes. When you get oddballs, they're usually just melee characters. Like sometimes you'll get a Wolf Baron, or a Cyborg, or a Robot, or something. But they're usually just kind of variants on the same, just melee class. Not even as an enemy unit. Typically if you do, it's some kind of gimmick for that map. Like the closest thing to a ballista are probably the laser flowers in Shining Force 2. Also there was the big cannon on the bridge. Or was that Shining Force 1? But yeah, there will be like gimmick maps where you have like a specific enemy that shoots a giant laser that shoots the width of, like the length of the entire map in like a 3-tile width. Doors and robots? I can't remember. Robots weren't really a standard class. I think there was one robot in Shining Force 2. I think he actually had high movement from what I remember. He was basically the same as like a Wolfman type character, if I remember right, which maybe I don't. I remember he was bad. I didn't use the robot guy in Shining Force 2. I want to say his name was Zeke. Started with a Z, I think. So how close are we to being done with all of this? Doors are low movement? Cool. Although low movement is like 5, right? Which is not really that low. Zinc, that was it. Oh, Zinc is low movement, okay. So low movement is like 5, right? Not 4, so it's not really that low. Not like Fire Emblem, where like a low movement unit is like 4 and a high movement is like 8. Oh, Zinc has 4 movement? Wow, no wonder I benched him. That's total shit. Yeah, that's absolutely terrible. Wing Lord, that's a cool class. Bullseye. I think that's what he said in English with this attack. Looks like he's wearing pajamas. Is that just me? Dude looks like he's wearing like his long johns into battle. So rather than egressing out, we're pretty close to promoting here. So I think we'll just do this next map until we're ready to promote and then get out of here. Yeah, Shining Force 2 had a cool branching promotion system where you had kind of a standard promotion, but then with a specific item, you could get an alternate promotion. Like the Priest into Monk was one of them. Was it with or without the special item that you promote archers into tanks? Yeah, I think you needed the special item to promote an archer into a tank. Let's separate our guys. Hayward might have some trouble handling things on his own. Oh, he's level 19 though. He's almost there. Actually, why'd I even bother making the tea? I can just drink gin for the rest of the night. God, I really hope that Khan can one-shot these guys. I should have brought that El Bisam orb. Maybe that could put them down in one shot. Oh dear. Well, with any luck, he'll level up. Damn it, Grace is on the other side. Oh yeah, Khan can just heal himself. Yeah, it's no big deal. Khan can just get himself healed. Yeah! Oh, he turned him into gold! He alchemized him! Good stuff. Fending's almost done. Yeah, really Khan is the only one lagging behind. I probably didn't use him much in Scenario 1. I probably didn't know any better. No, I must have brought him into the final map, right? He knows... Oh no, he doesn't have resist. He has support. Yeah, resist is the really good buff spell. Oh, whatever he's using here is effective against zombies. Maybe it's fire? Yeah, maybe zombies are weak to fire. Oh god, they're coming for me. I guess nobody else on this side needs to level up. Woof. You know, depending on how badly he gets poisoned, Khan could die here. What are you going that way for? God damn it. Right, so the zombies are just gonna swarm me. Cool, we're playing zombie horde defense. You're on floor 2. Well, I guess that's kind of exciting. I can't even reach the other guy. Khan doesn't have any offensive spells, does he? That's fine, we'll still send him chasing after that other zombie. Slam! That's a good attack, I like that one. Still no level up. Okay. Maybe I should run Noon to the other side of the map to get antidoted. Poison does 8 damage. Sheesh. Oh, can we sleep this guy? No. Oh, Irene could get over there and heal him. We don't have anything better to do with these guys. Actually, yeah, I will march Irene to the other side of the map. Oh, Finding wants to kill this guy. I guess Grace can do the same thing. Nobody else cares to go this kill. We'll let Sybil have it. Did I have anything else to talk about today? I guess there's Deep Space Nine. I've been watching a bunch of Deep Space Nine lately, but I feel like nobody would really care about that other than Vassal. Actually, we can tie it to video games. I can't remember when it was. Out of just randomly, I think someone on Twitch that I follow was playing a Star Trek game for the Sega Genesis or something like that. Somehow I discovered that there was a Star Trek The Next Generation video game for the Sega Genesis, which got me wondering, like, what other Star Trek games have there been? Are they any good? And have there ever been any for Deep Space Nine? And as it turns out, there was one. I think it was for PC. That was, like, fairly well reviewed. I think it was called Star Trek Deep Space Nine The Fallen. It was I think a 2000, yeah, it came out in 2000 PC release. Featuring several of the voice actors, like who are the actors from the original show. I didn't actually play this game. I don't even know if it's available, if you can buy it anywhere. But I checked out some long play footage on YouTube. The game looked kind of shit, to be honest. I don't know. It had some cool like RPG-like aspects where, I don't know, RPG-like? Basically between missions you could wander around Deep Space Nine and like talk to people. Just talk to random, I don't know, Starfleet people, and they'd be like, "Sir!" But you could also talk to like, you know, the main characters, and they were fully voiced and everything, mostly by the actors who play the characters in the TV shows. There were, yeah, it's basically Mass Effect, except there's like no actual RPG elements. It's basically just, I think it's a third-person shooter. So you basically just run around going like, beam, boom, just like dinging people with your phaser. So it didn't seem like there was much to the gameplay, but the story bits seemed like kind of neat. It's basically like episodic, like an actual, like each mission is basically like an episode from the TV show. It actually sounds kind of cool. The only problem is like the actual gameplay looks like total shit. The other thing too, yeah, sorry Garvin, I just don't know. I don't know, I don't know how to spin off a conversation about which units in Shining Force have specific movement ranges. Conquer King. Oh, this is another cool one. Yeah. Like, I feel like movement is not as important a factor in Shining Force as it is in Fire Emblem. So, like, movement, I think at least, is generally not, like, a huge important aspect of a character's kit. Actually, with all the rough terrain in Shining Force, I feel like your terrain movement costs are more important. Like, what am I saying? Like characters who have forest walking, characters who can move through woods using only one point of movement are really good. Or like flyers who can go over any terrain without spending extra movement are really good. Especially in older Shining Force games, especially in Shining Force 1, there's so much rough terrain. Like, 4 movement is actually perfectly fine as long as you can still move 4 spaces through woods or mountains, which I think the slow characters in that game couldn't. I think the slow characters in that game move only like 2 spaces through woods. Yeah, especially Shining Force 1, there are tons of maps that are just covered in forests. And like, yeah, the units with forest walking can just like zip right through them. But yeah, the one thing that I really noticed about the Deep Space Nine video game was like, first of all, the wide variety of quality of voice acting. Like, you could really tell, or at least for me, it's funny because like I always remember seeing like movie games or like TV show based video games get reviewed in magazines back in the day, and like the reviewers would obsess over like the accuracy of like the voices to the show. It's like whether the voice acting was any good, whether the sound-alikes they got, and like if the voice acting sounded like the show. And I always thought, like, that's kind of boring. I don't watch this show. I don't care about that, any of that. Tell me about the gameplay. But yet now, watching this long play footage of this Deep Space Nine video game as a Deep Space Nine fan, my main concern, the main point of interest for me is the accuracy of the voices and the vocal performances. That was like the first thing that I noticed. It's like the actor who they got to play Cisco is obviously not Avery Brooks. He sounds completely different. A lot of the actors who are from the show, you can tell they're really phoning it in. Like, actually, one of them, the guy who plays Quark, doesn't even sound like Quark anymore. It's like he forgot how to play Quark. He sounds more like the Nagus than he sounds like Quark. When I first heard his voice, I didn't think it was him. The guy who plays Odo did a really good job. He sounds like Odo. He doesn't quite have the same energy. Like, it sounds like he kind of phones it in, but like he still sounds like Odo. The best one out of the lot is actually Michael Dorn. Michael Dorn just nailed it. He sounds exactly like Worf in an episode of Deep Space Nine. Like, it's like, oh my god, the actor who plays Worf sounds like Worf. What an amazing achievement. But like he's the only one in the vocal cast who's like a dead ringer for the show. Like he sounds exactly the same. Putting in like the same energy, the same level of effort. Cavalry units don't seem to be the end all of Shining Force. Yeah, that's because their stats are shit a lot of the time. The other thing with Shining Force is one big factor that makes Shining Force super different from Fire Emblem is the way that turn order works. So like the turn order is like randomly distributed based on your character's agility. So it's not like Fire Emblem where you just move all your guys at once. Furthermore, there's no enemy phase. That's another big difference, is there's no enemy phase, and there's no automatic counterattacking. So like if you send a guy in alone, he's just gonna get beat on by like 6 different enemies, and he's only gonna get to attack once. He doesn't get to counterattack. Like Fire Emblem, it's actually efficient to go in with one guy. Like you send in one guy, he gets attacked by all the enemies, and he just kills all the enemies with his counterattack. I actually always thought that was a stupid thing about Fire Emblem, where it's like the most efficient thing to do is to let yourself get attacked so that you can abuse counterattacks. In Shining Force, like you need to actually have guys there to get extra attacks, which means it's usually prudent to keep all your guys clustered together. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I guess we need to get set up. Oh yeah, that's right, we were gonna cure our poisoned guys. Oh yeah, Finding still wants to... Wait, is there a zombie for me to kill? There isn't. Finding wants to kill this guy. Anyways, what was my point here? Yeah, so cavalry, like a unit that has a bunch of movement and like it just goes like zooming out in front of the rest of the party, is just gonna get killed to basically no benefit. They take a bunch of hits and get no counterattacks. So having extra movement is really not very helpful in Shining Force. Like, you need your party there to back you up. The benefit of having extra movement, actually, is that you can, like, get to where you need to be. That's why I think flyers can be so good, is because there's so much rough terrain in Shining Force games, and so many impassable squares, that, like, flyers can attack from spaces that other units can't get to. So, like, when you attack with a flyer, you're, like, opening up an avenue of attack that other characters can't use. You're not taking up space on the battlefield that could be used by another character. There's, like, no opportunity cost to using flyers. Did I use dwarves and robots when I played the earlier Shining Force games? I don't remember. Depends on the game. Shining Force 1 I didn't play... Or I guess I got, like, more than halfway through Shining Force 1. I feel like I used a pretty balanced composition of units in Shining Force 1, just because I didn't know what I was doing that well. I used all of the dwarves in Shining Force 2, because I played on super difficulty. So I was pretty much forced to use all the highest defense units I could get. Because on super difficulty, enemies do so much crazy damage that you almost have no choice but to use all your high defense units. Otherwise, you just get one-shotted or two-shotted. Yeah, on the super difficulty, it felt to me like the high defense units were the only ones worth using. The only ones who were really viable. Oh, fucking Khan. Maybe I don't use him after all, just because he's so far behind in the levels. Well, we can try to get him... Oh, there's 18. Maybe he's not that far behind. He's got slow too. That could actually be really good on the final map. Because there's a whole bunch of enemies clustered together on the last map. Oh, we need to antidote these chuds. I don't know. I might try to schedule an off day stream of that Deep Space Nine game, if I can find a pirate copy somewhere. Also, looking at just Star Trek games in general, it reminded me of the only Star Trek game I've ever played, which was Star Trek Invasion for PS1. I actually played that one like way back in the day before I even really ever watched Star Trek at all. And actually, I didn't even play the game. I played a demo of the game that came in one of my OPM magazines. Star Trek Invasion was actually like a fighter pilot game, like a Star Fox clone, basically. Which is a type of game that I've always really liked. It seemed really good from the demo. Yeah, it made a really good impression on me from the demo, but I was never able to find like an actual physical copy of the game. Not at the rental shop, at least. That's another one I kind of have earmarked for maybe like a potential stream in the far future. Mainly just to see if there's like any other kind of Star Trek-y goodness to that game that I might better appreciate. I think it was a TNG game, if I remember right. TNG timeline. Anyways, so I had my list of like topics for stream discussion organized in my notebook there. I put the Deep Space Nine talk at the very bottom because I knew it would be the one that like you guys would be the least interested in. It's like, okay, talk about Star Trek and Deep Space Nine only as a last resort, because like I know that probably nobody but Vasil cares about any of this. Definitely talk about like the Sea of Stars and Indie Awards and how Star Ocean 2 is going. Like, do all that first, and then if you absolutely have to, if you can't stretch that discussion out for 4 hours or whatever we're doing today, only then do you break out the Star Trek and Deep Space Nine talk. Oh, we didn't actually heal Khan's poison. That's fine, we can just heal him again. Keep healing. Oh, and also, yes, Berwick did have a great counterattack system. All of the mechanics of Berwick Saga are great. Or at least, I don't know. Would I actually go so far as to say that? Crippling kind of sucked. I liked the idea of crippling. The crippling system in Berwick Saga had one flaw, which is that it punished players harder than it punished the enemy. Like, I just hate that the enemy had half the chance to get crippled that you did. It made it really frustrating. Like, I don't even need the enemies to have double the cripple chance. That would probably throw off the balance of the game and make it too easy to get items. But I don't think you would throw off the balance of the game if you made your party members twice as difficult to get crippled. That would actually make the game a lot less annoying, I think. Yeah, most of the stuff I kind of disliked or kind of wasn't completely sold on with Berwick Saga was kind of like a lot of stuff outside of battles, like the food system was kind of bizarre and cumbersome. It's actually cool and like pretty strategic and has like a lot of planning that goes into it if you use a guide and know what all the food does. But if you're not planning to use a guide, it's just kind of pointless and annoying. What do you mean by enemies having half the chance to get crippled? Yes, so yes, certain playable units in Berwick Saga did have immunity to being crippled. There was a trait called Robust, which meant that you can't get crippled. So like basically there's a formula for that determines your chances of getting crippled by a given attack in Berwick Saga. Basically the way the formula works is the more... It's tough to describe. So you're trying to deal the highest... If you want to cripple a unit, you want to do the highest percentage of their remaining HP as possible in damage. So like, for example, that if the enemy has 100 hit points and you hit them for 99 damage, that's 99% of their remaining health. And so your your kind of crit score or your cripple score for them is going to be 99. There's a threshold you have to meet, which is like your minimum amount of damage you need to deal to cripple them. For player characters, it's 50. So if like an enemy does 99% damage to you, their cripple chance is going to be 49. It'll be 99 minus 50. The threshold for enemies is 75 instead of 50. So like 99% damage has a 49% chance to cripple an ally, but what's 99 minus 75? But only a 24% chance to cripple an enemy. And like it gets even worse. If you hit like an enemy for 74% damage, that's a 0% chance to crit. But if an enemy hits you for 74%, that's 24% to crit. So the enemies have like a way, way higher chance to cripple you. Whereas to land cripples on the enemy, like you really have to plan it out. You really have to use skills and weapons that will buff up your cripple chance. Because like 74% or 75% is an incredibly high threshold to hit, and you're normally not going to be able to do it without using special weapons and skills, or without injuring the enemy first, which is kind of the way that you're meant to do it. Oh yeah, other than that, so those are my complaints about the systems in Berwick's Saga. My complaints? Yeah, food, crippling. Was there anything else? Everything else I love. The way shields work is complete. Oh yeah, durability. Durability is really annoying too. I do not like the durability system in Berwick's Saga. Other than that, the way shields work are awesome. I love weapon skill. I love horse HP. I love daggers. I love the way they did crits. Just about all of the other mechanics of Berwick's Saga when it comes to combat are just perfect. They're like the best in any SRPG ever. Like the best shields, the best critical hit system, the best... I wouldn't say the best support system. I don't think Berwick really had much of a support system. They had the support skill, which was really cool. There were several weapons that had a bonus to crippling and injuring in Berwick's Saga. It would tell you on like the weapons like stat sheet whether it had like plus 30 to cripple or injure or whatever. Yeah, durability. So durability in Berwick's Saga is actually, like, a lot of people dislike Fire Emblem because of item durability. Item durability in general and like weapon breakage is a thing that is just like a bugbear for a lot of gamers. A lot of gamers just hate that stuff in principle. I think because a lot of people have had so many bad experiences with weapon durability systems in games. They're done so badly in so many games. For example, in Berwick Saga. So yeah, unlike in Fire Emblem, where in Fire Emblem you at least know how many more uses you have out of the weapon. Like durability in Fire Emblem is simple. Like this sword has 20 uses. If you use it 20 times, it gets broken. That's it. That's the durability system. Berwick had a random durability system where it's like every time you use an item, you would lose durability points. And then once you got below certain thresholds of durability points, the item would have a chance to break every single time you used it. And like those points are invisible. You can't actually see like how many durability points your item has left. Instead, you just have like a light system where it's like your equipment is either in the blue zone, the green zone, yellow, orange, then red. And depending on what zone it's in, your weapon has a random chance to break every single time you use it. Which is super annoying because blue weapons can never break. So if you're at like the highest durability threshold, then you're completely safe. The weapon will never break. I think it's something like 80%. I think above something like 80% durability, your item has a 0% chance to break. But once it gets below that threshold, once you get to that like 79% durability threshold, the item has a 0.01% chance to break or something like that. And like it happens. You'll get like this really expensive weapon You'll use it like 4 times, it gets into the green zone, and then the 5th time you use it, it breaks. And you'd better hope that you have a backup weapon, otherwise that character is useless for the rest of the battle. And like I get the intention of the system, which is to like force players to improvise and like deal with just random setbacks. Like if a weapon breaks, that, you know, that's an interesting tactical situation that emerges from that the player has to improvise and play around and deal with and figure out how to play around it somehow. Usually through just planning in advance and making sure that everybody has a backup weapon. But at least the situations where like you spend a bunch of money on a weapon and it just breaks after 4 or 5 uses. Large shields could be hard to acquire without seeking them out. I mean, it depends. Like, good large shields are hard to find. Like, you can always buy just the basic leather large shield in the shop. Actually, the leather large shield is actually not bad either. So, like, you can never be completely without access to a weapon type. I think the shop has an infinite supply of like the weakest weapon of every type. Like you have an infinite supply of in the shop, mind you. So you can always buy a slim sword or slim spear or dagger or wooden arrow or the weakest version of every weapon. And I think you have an infinite supply of leather shields. Actually, the light or the large leather shield was actually decent. Like it's better than the leather medium shield or light shield. The leather light shield is almost worthless. It blocks 1 damage. Like you literally only use it just to build up shield ranks. Oh yeah, I guess one other system I didn't really like in Berwick Saga was the obtuseness of the promotion system. It's another thing that you kind of have to use a guide for. Oh god. Well, anyways, he's promoted, so we can just leave once Symbios gets another turn. So we got our accessories straightened out already. So now we just need to make Orichalcum weapons for everyone. I could actually farm Orichalcum here by just gunning for the boss. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe we'll get 1 Orichalcum here by taking out that Hydra. Kill, kill, kill. Ah. It'll take 2 more of those to kill him too. Whoa. Anyways, Berwick Saga is a brilliant game. It's very challenging. Like, incredibly challenging. Probably the most difficult game I have ever played on stream. Possibly the most difficult game. Probably the most difficult strategy game, or certainly the hardest strategy RPG I've ever played in my life. Especially if you want to do a blind run. I'm curious to see how much that's... I want to play Berwick Saga again, kind of for the same reason I wanted to play this again. Like, I think it'll go so much more differently knowing what I know the second time around. Like, knowing which maps to prepare for, how to promote characters correctly, how the recruitment system works. Like, there's so much knowledge I've gained from my first playthrough. I would go about everything totally differently on a second playthrough. Oh, damn, we get the good level ups now that we're promoted now, too. Berwick Saga was the hardest SRPG. The hardest one I've played. Or I don't know. I guess the hardest one I've completed, at least. Like, I never finished Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn on hard mode. Actually, I haven't played any Fire Emblem games on hard mode, because you have to frickin' beat those games to unlock hard mode. 20 damage. Jesus. So I don't know, maybe Radiant Dawn Hard is harder, but I only made it 4 chapters into that before I gave up. That's the insidious thing too, is Berwick Saga actually has its difficulty backloaded. Like, I gave up on Radiant Dawn Hard mode within, like, I think it was like chapter 4 or 5 or something. I got fed up with that game. Berwick Saga didn't get difficult until like chapter 9 or 10, and there's only 15 chapters in that game. Yeah, Berwick Saga only shows its teeth like 2/3 of the way through. Yeah, I didn't actually think the game was that hard at all. I mean, it was very challenging, but not like insanely so. Until chapter 9. Maybe we can cut this guy down. Actually, do we have level 3 shurikens with this guy yet? We actually do care about weapon levels now, since this is the party we're going to use. Oh, he still only has level 2 shurikens. Let's kill this guy so he doesn't get a turn. I do not like the yellow. I do not like the banana samurai outfit. Not styling. Okay. Do we think that Noon can one-shot this guy? Oh, yes we can, because he's damaged already. I have no idea when we did that. Like, I want to alleviate your fears, Zap, but, like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what pro tip to give someone who's afraid of playing Berwick Saga. Like, the only thing to fear is, like, getting your saves soft-locked. Or, like, getting stuck in a situation where you just can't win. And I don't know what advice to give to ensure that that doesn't happen. Use a guide, I guess. Use a guide and abuse food. And use... What's the guy's name? What's the crazy guy with the... like the Fury counterattack skill? I didn't use him on my playthrough. He's like the best character in the game by far. I want to say his name starts with a D. Well, I'll have to get on Choopy's back to finish that then. I don't want to spread rumors or like be inaccurate or anything, but I think I vaguely remember him saying on stream that he didn't think he would be done until like after the holidays, like sometime in 2024. I mean, you know, probably January, but yeah. I think I remember him saying that. Okay, now let's get everyone out of here. And get them promoted. Blaze 4 only has 2 range? What a ripoff. Man, I'm so looking forward to that Berwick Saga video. Now that you've mentioned it. I've actually read the script. Choopy sent me a link to the script to like look it over and proofread and give advice or whatever. But it sounds, based on what I've heard him talk about it a bit, it sounds like he's like added some extra stuff into it too. Like cameo appearances and stuff. So I'm like really curious to see the finished product now. Just like the text of the review is excellent. I think he makes some great points. And there's also some really funny bits in it too. Oh! Oh, we alchemized him, but he's still alive. Oh shit, we got a level 21 Finding before he promotes. Ooh, a good level up too. I mean, you know, he didn't miss anything. Is Synbios the slowest guy on the force? The fuck is this guy's problem? 20 damage, Jesus. Get out of here. Oh, he knows Inferno now too. I guess they'll all learn it since they're all heroes are the same in this game. Is there any difference at all between Julian, Median, in Synbios other than their, like, starting weapon. Like, I feel like the only difference between them is that Median uses rapiers, Synbios' swords, and Julian is blades. Except there's actually no reason for them to use those weapons. Like, you can actually swap them around and nothing changes. Bowmaster, Saint, Berserker, Winglord. Okay. I was planning to only stream for like 4 hours tonight, but now that we got our promotions out of the way, I'm thinking we'll do some Orichalcum crafting. And then maybe take a run at the dungeon and see if we can't clear out the median Synbios force. Also, we need to use these stat boosters. I think I'm going to use them all on Synbios. Just because... Oh wait, no, don't give it to Dantares. Fuck. That's fine, we can use these all from HQ. These don't have to be given to people in the party necessarily, because we can use them from HQ. I'm thinking 14 should be enough. Actually, maybe not. We've got 12 party members. We probably need 2 Orichalcum weapons for each of them. Is Eldar dead? Oh no, she's poisoned. Khan took off his hat! I hate this! Khan was his hat! It's like you took away Khan! you took away Khan's Khan, and now he's just like an empty shell with a hairpiece now. What the fuck? Oh, I hate this so much. Change him back. Put him back. Oh, no. I don't remember that at all. Beat 6 Fire Emblem games this year? Nice. I've beat 0. I did not play Fire Emblem at all this year. I've only just now realized that. Is that true? Yeah, the last Fire Emblem game I played was Berwick Saga. And that was last year. Shit, was it 2 years ago? I'm gonna, like, lose my mind if Berwick was 2 years ago. I think it was, actually. I think Berwick was 2 years ago. No, because it was on my top 10 of the year last year. That's right. I put it on my yearly top 10. Yeah, so Berwick was last year. You've only seen me play Thracia? Interesting. Did I play Thracia before or after, Radiant Dawn? Because, yeah, Radiant Dawn was the last, like, the newest Fire Emblem that I played, back when I thought that I wanted to play the entire series. Oh yeah, we gotta go to HQ to use the stat boosters. And yeah, we'll put them all on Synbios, because he's the only one that I know for sure that I'm gonna be using in the premium disc. I do want to go back to Thracia again. That's another game where I think I could play it a lot better and probably enjoy it a lot more with, like, the knowledge I've gained from my first playthrough. I think I know how to enjoy Thracia better now that I've played through it once. Do I care about the Brave Apple? I guess we'll use that after we're done grinding everyone. So I guess we could go all the way out to the smithery now. I think that was on the left side. Rather than saying southeast and southwest, I wish it would say, like, shops this way and shops not this way. I think shops were the other way, but I might as well check this door while I'm here. It's definitely not here. Can I tell these guys to fuck off? I want to check that crate over there. Well, so much for that. Whoops. Even then, I assumed I was thoroughly done with Thracia. Yeah, I did not have, like, super positive opinions about that game when I was done with it, to be honest. I just got fucked over, like, so many times. I got really, really annoyed with that game. Several times. It's so unfair. I get so frustrated reading discussions of it online. Like, that's the thing that everybody says, like, oh, it's not that hard. It's not that hard, guys. Thracia is not that hard. Difficulty is dramatically overstated. It's like, it's not... Yeah, it's not the hardest game in the world, but it might be the most unfair game in the world. I don't think I've been killed by ambush spawns, like, more times in a video game in my life. Like, never in my life have I, like, lost units on a map to, like, some random bullshit that I couldn't possibly have seen coming. Sleep staffs coming out at you from the fog of war, fucking siege tomes striking units down from out of the fog of war before you can possibly know they're there. Warp tiles sending you into the death room that you can't possibly know where they are without abusing bizarre game mechanics. Units just popping up out of fucking nowhere and killing your guys on the same turn they appear. Yeah, Jesus Christ. I think Thracia is the only game I've played on stream where I used a guide on my blind playthrough. I'm generally opposed to, like, going through a game walkthrough in hand on a first playthrough. I think that kind of defeats the point of, like, playing games for me. But I just couldn't do it with Thracia. I had no faith in the game designers to, like, put a fair challenge in front of me. And, like, I enjoyed the game so much more after I started using the guide. Like, I knew what to prepare for. Like, I could actually have a strategy and, like, plan for maps appropriately. So Symbios is getting a new sword once we're done with the trial dungeon, but he won't be getting a new knife, so I'll forge him a new knife. Yeah, I think we talked about Thracia dismounting and weapon rank leveling. Or maybe that was... Yeah, I think we talked about that, yeah. It's a slightly annoying system. Like, it makes it so that you often can't use the guys you want to use. I didn't find it was a huge deal, though, because honestly, a lot of the guys I wanted to use in Thracia were just sword guys anyways. What am I doing here? Oh, right. She needs to give that to someone so she can have free inventory space. Oh. Damn it, Mascarin's got a full inventory, too. Actually, I think all my guys... Oh. Yep, all of our guys have 3 items. Fantastic. Does Dalson have an issue with weapon ranks? Can't you just... Doesn't he just get, like, all... weapon types when you promote him? I don't remember having an issue with Delson's weapon ranks. I mean, I guess he died on my playthrough, so I guess that was kind of an issue. I guess the fact that he died meant that it wasn't an issue. But yeah, I was always able to have Delson use the weapons I wanted him to use. Wait, am I using Hayward? I am. He's our archer. Am I gonna run out of money? Oh, that's after he promotes, right? I guess I still just had him use axes. And bows, I guess. Did I even promote Dowson? I think I did. Yeah, I think I did promote Dowson. That's why it was so tragic when he died. Oh, actually, you know what we can do? We can give this to someone who has double mithril. Nobody has double mithril. Fuck me. Yeah, only people on the bench with no items have double mithril. I guess we could do Mascarin. This is so annoying. Fine, we'll do Mascarin. Berwick Saga had such a great weapon rank system. Like, it's just your level ups. Or, I mean, I guess it's both things. Like, weapon ranks is what Fire Emblem uses weapon ranks for, Berwick uses character levels for. So, like, if you have a level 4 sword, you need to be level 4 to use it to its full potential. Fine. Give it to... I don't know, who has open spaces? Frank. So what does that thing even do? You know what, I almost certainly don't have enough Orichalcum for everyone. Ooh, it gives us a bunch of stats. Oh, we lose move. Oh yeah, Rod of Will. I don't think I equipped Rod of Will on Bridget either. What does she have instead? Crystal Rod. Luck and movement. Movement is tough to beat. Tiamat 2. Confused 2. We can sell that Torture Rod. Oh yeah, Rod of Will gives Blaze 4, which she already has. Yeah, that's a terrible weapon. I spit on this Rod of Will. Well, so much for that. Also, Grace is gonna need something here. There we go. Give that up. And then, yeah, so what... so the other component of the weapon rank system in Berwick... Oh, you know what? My tea was ready, like, an hour ago. I forgot all about it. I'll be right back. So yeah, in Berwick Saga, you like can equip better weapons by leveling up your character, which is, yeah, that's what weapon rank was for in Fire Emblem. And instead, what weapon skill, there's a stat called weapon skill in Berwick Saga, which you increase the same way you increase weapon rank in Fire Emblem. You use your weapons to increase your weapon skill. But weapon skill is actually tied to accuracy. There's no skill stat. Like, skill isn't a basic attribute in Berwick Saga. Instead, you have weapon skill, which you train the same way you train weapon rank in Fire Emblem. And increasing your weapon skill increases your accuracy with that weapon. 1% hit for each skill point you get. Which is a great system. Like, the more you attack, the better your hit rate. How do you train my... How do I get a better hit rate with my weapon? You try to hit things. Oh, wait. Right, we need someone with... Orichalcum. We are not going to have enough Orichalcum to equip all of Median's force. I might not even have enough for Symbios, all Symbios' guys here. I suppose this game kind of has something like the weapon skill system too, with the weapon level system, actually. What Fire Emblem game was this game kind of contemporary with? I guess it would be the GBA Fire Emblems. Oh yeah, what does the Golgotha Ankh actually do? I think it's some kind of attack spell, if I remember right. Resist, that's a good one. Thanatos, that's a good one. Oh, resist. Okay, cool. This is the same situation as... who's our healer with Julian? As with Isabella, yeah. We can just sell the Mystery Ankh. So we've done Hayward. Irene is next. Grace looks like she's checking you out. You know, I do not like the portraits that are facing directly towards the camera. It frightens me. It might be a personal issue. I feel uncomfortable making eye contact with people IRL also. Maybe that's the reason for that. Maybe that's why I really dislike character portraits that are looking straight at the camera. It's a Coxitus glove. Coxitus. Oh, she loses 5 agility for this. Damn, that jewel glove was really good. The new one's got more attack power, though. So who's next? Sybil. Ooh, Sybil's gonna need 2. I think I will do her spear first. I'm actually gonna do the spear first. Just because she's more likely to use it. Like, I want her to use it more because she still needs the ranks. Actually, if I saw that right, I think Sybil's checking us out, too. Yep. Man, it's like she's looking directly into my soul. I hate it. Did Eldar have a backup weapon? No, I remember. I specifically checked to see if my Birdman... Yeah. You know, Cowman would fit in perfectly in this game. If they ever made a Shining Force 4, they should have a Cowman as, like, the joke character. Actually, you know what? They should just make a Grandia strategy RPG. Grandia Tactics. Yeah, Grandia. Or yeah, I do like that Namco, what was the one? Namco X Capcom. Man, I wish they had done that with, like, more company crossovers. Who actually developed that one? Was it Namco or Capcom that developed it? I gotta play more Sega Saturn games. This is a console that I really, really think I want to get acquainted with. There's so much interesting stuff here. And, like, I think that about this PlayStation as well. Like, PlayStation is such an interesting time for video games. It's like the fucking Wild West when 3D entered the game and, like, nobody knew what to do with it. So what did they do with it? Whatever they could think of. And we ended up with, like, just some wild, wild ideas on PS1. The Saturn's kind of a different thing. Saturn is, like, almost like the last gasp of, like classic, like, 16-bit style gaming. Because, like, I've seen so many, like, good 2D platformers, but, like, interesting ones too. It's like, oh, we're not gonna be. It's like 2D platformer is dead. Let's give it a good send-off, and we get, like, insane platform games like Super Tempo and Tri-Rush Deppy. Excellent send-offs of, like, classic 16-bit series like Shining Force. Let's make the ultimate Shining Force game. I kind of feel like I almost feel like the Sega Saturn was Sega's swan song, even though they actually made the Dreamcast after it. Damn it, losing even more agility. Still gotta play Dragon Force. I can't believe that I haven't played Dragon Force yet. That was like my #1 Sega Saturn game that I wanted to play. One of the highest priority games on my bucket list, and I somehow never got around to it. I don't know what's wrong with me. Honestly, we should play it immediately. I got the controller plugged in and everything. You know what? I don't think I even have Dragon Force downloaded onto my computer. I actually don't think I have it on my hard drive. Is that an Ankh? Is that an Ankh that Noon has? The fuck are you doing with that? Where did you steal that from? Actually, it might have dropped. It might have dropped from one of the floors in the dungeon. That's a holy Ankh. I'll probably sell that. Who did we just craft for again? Oh yeah, Noon. An Eternal Wand. I can't remember if that's good or not. We lose defense on this one. Oh, for Aura. Well then. I don't think... Actually, we are kind of hard up for Auras in Symbiosis Party. I'm so used to having just Aura on tap between Gracia and Isabella in Scenario 3. We didn't have a lot of Aura users. Ooh, Spark 4. Regen MP. What does his current staff give him? Oh yeah, Wendigo and 4 defense. Does he have Spark? I think he has Spark already. Maybe he doesn't. He has Spark already! What is with the best wand in the game? Giving everyone frickin' Spark. Every wizard in the game knows Spark. Frickin' non-wizards know Spark. Symbios knows Spark. Keep the Wendigo wand. Okay, Frank's up next, but we need to free up his inventory. Same with Murasame, same with Finding. Let's actually... okay, Finding's fine, but... Let's sell some of our old garbage weapons. Okay. Yeah, we'll get rid of that. As much as I like the luck, we'll get rid of that. Actually, I think I've read that the Assassin Knife is actually good in the premium disc. To avoid status effects. Mystery Ankh can go. We might not end up clearing the dungeon tonight after all. Yeah, we're behind schedule here. Man, to think I said I was going to promote everyone. I totally underestimated how long this shit was going to take. And you know, again, it's kind of on me. I don't think the game intends for you to promote everyone. That's meant for like a second playthrough. You use different characters. Oh, we don't get our dark... Or no, we do get the dark resist with the new ring. It's a shame that we didn't equip the zero wing on Zero. Any chance of using Turk or Robbie? Yes, there's a chance. I mean, is there a chance of using them tonight? No. There is a 0 chance that we use Turk or Robbie tonight, because we're not going to be getting around to Median or Julian. Do I sell this? I think I'm going to sell this. We can always buy it back. We have infinite money. We can just buy it back if we decide we want it. Oh yeah, Frank's got to get rid of some stuff. We'll just sell stuff from these guys. Yeah, I might... It depends. I'd have to check their... I mean, I can check it right now, actually. I mean, not right now, but after we're done our shopping. I can double check their stats and see if they're worth using. Like, that's the thing, is if Robbie is, like, way far behind, I don't think we'll use him. I think Robbie was on our A team in Scenario 2, so I think there's a strong chance we'll at least use Robbie. I can't remember where Turk was for Julian's army. He had just joined. I think we barely tried using Turk, so we could give him a shot. The problem is there are so many good characters in Julian's army. I don't know if Turk makes the cut. Like, who do we cut for Turk? That's going to be a difficult decision to make. But yeah, there's a very strong chance that we use Robbie, I think. So Khan's done, Noon's done. Frank needs one. Man, I really wish there was some way to tab down the list a bit faster. Or if you could, like, press up to zip to the bottom of the list. It's fine, we're almost done. This is another kind of UI quality of life thing. Boy, would this save us, like, an hour of pointless back and forth. If we could just dump off all the Mithril at once. Say, like, make weapons for these guys, and just have him give them the weapons when he's done. I guess my mind has deteriorated so much in my old age, I actually don't mind just tedious bullshit in video games so much. Maybe I should give Persona 3 another chance. Murasame is in the party, so same with Fending. So we gotta do Murasame, Fending, and then we gotta make secondary weapons for a few people. Although actually not that many. Actually, let's work from the bottom up now. You know, actually, I won't use either of them next time. Or sorry, yeah, that's the same question as before. You mean the next stream. In terms of my next playthrough, I won't be using any of them, because my intention for my next playthrough of Shining Force 3, I don't know when that'll be, probably years from now, but my plan for the next playthrough of Shining Force 3 is to do a minimum recruitment run where I only use characters who are forced into your party and just pass up on all optional recruitments. And I think that's all three of them. I think Ratchet, Turk, and Robbie are all optional. In fact, not only that, they're like super optional. They're very easy to miss. I guess Ratchet's pretty easy to find, but he's also pretty easy to miss. Robbie I actually did miss on my first playthrough. He's actually quite tough to find. And yeah, Turk is actually pretty annoying too. Yeah, I realized you meant the next time I streamed. I realized I answered that already as far as the next stream. I was just like interpreting it in a different way and like thinking ahead to the next playthrough. But yeah, next stream will almost very likely that we'll use Robbie. Somewhat unlikely that we'll use Turk. But it's possible. I'll have to reevaluate it once it's time to train Julian's force and pick his team. Hey there, mister. Welcome to the Grind Fest. We've actually got everyone promoted. We just got everyone promoted. We're giving them the Orichalcum weapons now. November is depressing. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, I'm kind of over it now, but yeah, the first time I realized that, like, wow, it's 6 p.m. and it's dark out. Yeah, the first time I walked home from the work in the dark, I was like, wow, the good times are over. Oh, you know what? I don't think we can forge for anyone. I think we gotta swap items on people. I think there's only 3 we need, actually. We don't need Synbios. He'll be fine with this sword, because we'll replace his sword right away once we finish the dungeon. You know, I've actually picked a lot of characters who only have 1 weapon. So Sybil needs a new halberd. Murasame needs a new katana. Is that it? Oh, we gotta sell their old shit too. Yep. Might disappear? Cool. I think it's likely that I won't still be here. I'm thinking I probably won't do the dungeon run tonight. It's getting pretty late. The thing is, like, the earlier I go to bed tonight and, like, the better sleep I get, the more likely I am to do a evening stream tomorrow. Maybe I'll do a few floors of the dungeon, but yeah, I probably won't clear the dungeon tonight. In fact, I'd say I almost definitely won't. Crit 5, special attack, regen 3 HP. Oh, nice! The Nebula Rapier gives us the same. That's awesome that he's a flyer who uses rapiers. I mean, right now, I kind of think I need all 3 days, actually. I think I need to stream on Monday and Tuesday to get all the grinding done that I want to do before Wednesday. I mean, I guess worst comes to worst, we could just do the rest of the grinding Wednesday and just finish the game on Thursday. Or just finish the game Wednesday, actually. Like, if I do get all of the preparations done before Wednesday, it'll probably only take us, like, half of Wednesday's stream to finish the game. Or at least half of the stream to finish the game, and then... Actually, probably the other 4 hours to do the premium disc. Premium disc is going to be long. Those are like some epic boss fights. Maybe we could do... we could do the boss, the final boss, and just finish the game on Wednesday, and maybe do premium disc Thursday. What am I doing? Murasame needs a katana. We've gained money doing all of this. I've like made more money selling weapons than I've spent forging them. Oh, there we go. Masamune. Muramasa was just a shitty Masamune. Was Oboro Muramasa a video game? I feel like that was the name of a video game. I have no idea what it actually is, but that title just sprung to mind. What if it's also cursed? That'd be hilarious. That'd be a great thing for, like, some kind of joke character. Like the Penguin's ultimate weapon is cursed. Not only that, but it, like, replaces their normal beak, and he's just got, like, a cursed beak forever. That's actually horrible. That's like a extremely sad and horrifying thought. I come up with sick thoughts late at night like this, especially when I'm drinking gin. I told you guys, gin makes me sick in more ways than one. I have sick thoughts. I used to have sick thoughts. What's that from? I can't remember. Line from a movie. After promotion. Oh yeah, half of our idiots aren't even promoted. The half on the bench. Is that it? I think we're all done. Okay. Is there any easy way to tell what we actually have in our inventory? Okay, she's got 2... Oh yeah, I guess the shop. You know what? Let's just go to the shop. Because I think we've done all of it, and I can see clearly everyone's equipped stuff in their inventory in the shop. Actually, you know what's a neat thing? Like a game where Camelot actually used the curse mechanic in an interesting way. So like Camelot games are all very similar. Like there's so many similarity, like just elements that are repeated from one of their games to the other. Like so much stuff that's the same between not just Shining Force and Shining the Holy Arc, like those are kind of part of the same series, but like stuff as far as like the menu, the way the menus work, the way that like the spell animations look, mechanics like curse work the same in almost all Camelot games. And a game that used the curse mechanic in a really interesting way was actually Beyond the Beyond. There was a character in that game who was really powerful, like kind of Jagan-esque. His name was Samson, actually. He's like this like big Herculean strongman with a big ass axe. He was like, yeah, pretty much overpowered, could like stomp all over the monsters in the early game. But he had a weakness. He gets cursed by one of the villains in the early game, and like the effect of that is he is stuck with the curse status permanently, and you can't get rid of it. That's like the balancing factor on Samson, is that he has this curse on him, so he just fails his actions like half the time. And it's like, it's a bit frustrating, and like of course you bench Samson as soon as you get the chance, which is actually a fair ways into the game before you get enough party members to bench people. But like, it's interesting that they had the balls to do something like that, to like have a party member with like a permanent disability as like part of the story. That's a cool idea. I respect Beyond the Beyond, like just for that. I wish that RPGs would like do more experimental shit like that more often. We're gonna have to dump this Orichalcum into the bin so that the other party members can use it. But other than that, we can go into the dungeon now. I guess I'll go with the original plan. I said that we would just keep streaming until I consume all the liquids, so that's what we'll do. I'll just keep going until I'm out of tea and gin. That's the wrong way. But I don't want to go back. Don't take me back to the dungeon. Have any of you guys played the game Take Me to the Dungeon? Me just saying that made me, again, the title of the game, Take Me to the Dungeon, sprung to mind. Will any of you guys confess to having played Take Me to the Dungeon? I've played it. I don't recommend it. I don't think it's very good at all, but I was curious. I know that game got hyped up a lot in certain parts of the internet. A lot of people really liked Take Me to the Dungeon. I'm not one of them, but certain people did. Certain parts of the internet. Don't look it up if you're at work or around your parents, by the way. Don't look up Take Me to the Dungeon if you're at work or around anyone who you will be embarrassed to have them see you. Look it up. Okay, is that everything? It's a pornographic roguelite deck builder. Which is a great concept. Great concept for a game, but not particularly well done. A lot of potential for like some interesting things to be done with that concept, but it's pretty much just your bog standard roguelike deck builder, but worse. And with bad pornographic artwork at the end of each dungeon floor. 1 star. So what are we doing now? We're just clearing the dungeon. So let's just gun for the boss. If we want to grind, we can do it later. God. I don't even recognize him. It's like he's not even Khan anymore. Oh, does he have the... Boom. Wow, we are so strong now. Actually, I think we could always one-shot the enemies on this floor. We don't need to move Grace. Actually, really, there's no point moving anyone except for the one person who has enough movement to get and agility to get to the boss before anyone else. I guess Symbios can kill these guys. How much XP do we still get for this first floor? Oh, he only gets 13. Yeah, it's not even worth grinding here. Also, is it just me, or does Symbios' sword look a little bit bigger than it used to? Might as well show off a Tiamat. Sometimes you just want to show off a Tiamat every now and again. I really don't like Mascarin's new color palette. I liked the royal purple a lot better than, what would you call this? Like the lavender getup she's got on right now. Do not like it. That was the very last item, the very, very bottom of the list of discussion topics in my notebook for tonight. Right below Deep Space Nine, which at least is like kind of nerd adjacent, right below that as the least interesting topic you guys would want to hear about was, yeah, the shade of purple on Mascarin's outfit. That's probably a good sign that it's just about time to end the stream. Can we hit this guy from here? Oh. So we wasted a bunch of time, like 2.5, almost 3 hours today, leveling up a bunch of characters that I decided not to use. So if we don't do that tomorrow, or whenever the next stream is, if we just continue with the strategy of only leveling up the characters we intend to use, I can almost certainly finish up Median's army on tomorrow's stream, maybe even do a bit of Julian's as well. I don't know. I think we'll make it in time. Oh, you know what? I might want to do some additional grinding for the premium disc. You know what? I can't remember. If anyone knowledgeable about this game is still here, does anyone know what save file the premium disc uses to like load my character data from? Do I save again after the end of the game, or does it use like my final save file before the end of the game? Or maybe to put it another way, you can actually use any save file you want. I remember that. You can use any save file you have on your memory card to load character data onto the premium disc. I guess the thing I'm wondering is, will I get a chance to save after the final boss? So I can lock in like all the level ups and stuff we got on the final map. Because if not, I can just level up just barely enough for the final boss, and then just do any additional grinding we need for the premium disc when it's time to do the premium disc. The way I remember it is I think it actually doesn't prompt you to save after finishing the game. Because, yeah, I think that I actually got to reuse all of the consumables that I used on the final boss. It used the save I had before the final boss fight at the final save point inside the church. Or I guess I could always save during the final boss if I wanted to, like, save all of my levels and stuff we got along the way. Yeah, I guess we'll do it that way. We'll save right as we're about to kill Bullzome to make sure that we're at our maximum power level for the premium disc. Also, if we clear out this dungeon, we're going to get 10 Orichalcum. Oh no, we're not, because we're going to get different items. That's right, it's only the second time through that you get the Orichalcum. Also, I'll try to get a different playlist together for tomorrow's stream. Mascarin's just going to get all the kills here, because she's the fastest. And the cutest. One shot him. One shot him. Nope. Not even close. Oh, there's the level up. Blaze 4. Damn. I didn't realize he was so magical. I tell you what, I think I'm gonna start with liquor on tomorrow's stream. I was thinking I needed the tea to keep myself like awake and focused, and you know, make sure I don't fall asleep in the middle of this mess. But I don't think I need to stay alert for this grind-a-thon. I think what I need is liquor to I don't know, ease up, get relaxed. This fucking guy. Can we time out this guy? Blaze is a shorter spell animation. I like her sleeves, or no, her shoulders. Yeah, the like flared shoulders. She's gonna be like the highest level by far by the time we're done here. And she deserves it. She's getting crazy level ups. We do want to level up a little bit along the way, so I guess I'll do this. Also, is it just me, or is Noon the same color he was before he promoted? He used to have blue robes back when he first joined us, right? He's got blue. Oh no, he's purple. It's just the green light makes him look blue. Can I hit anything from here? No. Also, we fought Minotaurs on like level 4 of this dungeon. There are 10 floors. What harder enemies are we gonna face that are harder than Minotaurs? I'm nervous. I think this was the Minotaur floor. Sure was. Well, thankfully this guy's weaker than dragons. Bazap. Bazap the bat. Oh, and she gets 2 MP back for that. Oh, okay, that's not so good for Spark, which is like 15 MP. Actually, no, I had her cast Spark 4, that's like 20. She can cast Blaze now, though, for effectively 6 MP instead of 8. That's huge savings. Not gonna bother with the Minotaurs, because we can't kill them quickly enough to grind efficiently. Oh, yeah, that's right. I think we gave Synvios our movement pimento. Not a great level up. Nope. Nope. Oh, he's coming for us. Fire Breath for 50 damage. Nice. He must have fire resistance or something. So many cows. We found the secret cow level, guys. Moo, 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 moo. Moo. I'll bazap this guy, too. Oh, wait, yeah. Level 2 Spark will not bazap him effectively enough. We are leveling up super fast in this dungeon. I thought of us as being like done leveling now that we've promoted. Like, the thing is, so Symbiosis and Median are not as important to level up as Julian's army. I'll probably spend additional time leveling Julian's guys. Because Julian's the only one who has to fight Bullzome. Bullzome is the hardest boss in the game by far. You do not want to be underprepared for Bullzome. Like I was saying before, if anyone's scared of Berwick Saga, I don't even know what advice to give you. That's just a scary game no matter what you do. The scariest thing in Shining Force 3 is fighting Bullzome. So my biggest piece of advice for anyone getting into Shining Force 3 is do not be underprepared for Bullzome. Bring healing rains, bring MP recovery items. It is an extremely long fight, and Bullzome does a shit ton of damage. You need to prep for sustainability. If you are not prepared, you'll have to redo the entire 4-part fight right from the very beginning. I had to do that my first time through this game. That's floor 4 or 5, I think. Halfway there. You know, if we're just going to clear the dungeon, it doesn't take long at all. I'm almost out of beverage here, but we might just go ahead and clear this out. Like, if we're not sticking around and grinding, all we gotta do is kill the boss of each floor. That doesn't take much effort at all. Wish we could time at him. Oh yeah, Cyclops can get his Rainbow Dragon Menagerie going here too. I think we can get every color of dragon. We can probably level up our guys on the Hellhounds. I know I said we don't really care about levels as much, but like the levels are just here for the taking. How could we make like the best ninja animation in the game even cooler? How about light the ninja on fire before you do it? Basically every single like special combat move you can think of can be made twice as cool by lighting yourself on fire before you do it. Grace is never gonna get any experience here. I don't want to provoke the Griffin. Ooh. I kind of thought he would kill that. There's already enough guys over there. Shit, we provoked him. Shit, I'm tornadoed. Nah, he's good for it. Okay, so anyone who can move far enough into the center, go to the center. Anyone else, go to the side. To get whatever levels you can. Why are they throwing Hellhounds at us all of a sudden? These guys are way weaker than the Minotaurs. Oh, is he gonna stay paralyzed after this fight? Do I have to have Grace antidote him? Oh, yeah, that's right. We didn't kill the blue dragon. Shit, maybe Grace will have something to do here after all. Oh, you know what? Since I'll be streaming tomorrow, hopefully, I'm not going to be watching any Deep Space Nine. I'm not going to have any Deep Space Nine episodes to talk about or nothing. I guess I didn't really talk about individual episodes today. Again, bottom of the list and everything. I saw a really, really good one yesterday called Far Beyond the Stars. But I think I want to talk about that one with Vasil specifically. I bet you he likes it too. Whoa, shit. I total 119 damage doesn't kill him? It sure doesn't. Damn. I think Finding's actually got a level already. I'll leave that guy to the other dudes. Got a few people worth killing here. Wizards is so good in this game. I might have to take back what I said about the balance of classes in Shining Force 3. I actually think mages might be a bit too good. Although then it kind of balances out in the premium disc and for big boss fights, because they don't really have enough MP to like really be sustainable for big long fights. I thought I'd let Murasame take his chances since he's paralyzed. He might not have made that kill, but he did. 3 HP, god damn. Oh, we actually have a chance. We have a chance to get a kill for Grace here. Do we have the Thanatos Rod? Yeah, we do. Let's use it. You know, if I can manage to stream, like, both tomorrow and Tuesday, it'll pretty much prove that I have no excuse for not streaming on work nights. Like, I really should be able to do it. I don't have the most grueling job in the world or anything. I really should be able to do it. We'd have so much more time to do activities if I did it that way. Like, talking about all these games I want to play, what if I just streamed 3 more days a week? We could play those games. What's stopping us? I've been wanting to do this for a while, like kind of make like a change in my lifestyle. We were talking about, like, yeah, like the way bad habits are formed earlier in the stream. I've got a lot of bad habits that I need to break. Oh, hey, that was actually some timely healing. I guess, yeah, Frank can take us out here, maybe, if he gets lucky. Reincarnation? What? I don't want to reincarnate the enemy. Okay, cool. He'll reincarnate as, like, a blade of grass somewhere in the world, I guess. What a weird name for, like, a special move where you just punch the enemy in the face really fucking hard and send him flying. What do we call this attack? Reincarnation. Whatever, Japanese people. Huh. Well, I think everyone's going to the center. I do not care to deal with the frickin' Sasquatches here. Nope, ain't dealing with no fucking Sam Squanch here. Hey there, Neo Sigma. How's it going? Welcome to the endgame grindathon for Shining Force 3. You know, considering that we basically wasted the first 3 hours of the stream, we actually ended up doing all right in the end. We're gonna basically probably be close to finished with Synbios' army. Just a little bit more leveling required after this. Oh yeah, I should save. I should save to make sure we don't lose anything. Anyways, how you been doing, Neo Sigma? Playing lots of Yakuza Like a Dragon. Oh yeah, that's like the new one, right? Not like the new one, but like the first one that was like a JRPG with turn-based combat. Oh, the dragon's not stirring. I mean, like in the game I'm playing right now. The boss, the Earth Dragon, didn't move. Talking about that dragon, not Kiryu. Let's see how he feels after this. How far along are you into it, and how are you liking it? Oh yeah, so you just, or you said you've been playing a lot of it. Oh, so you played you played like a dragon, for like 12. Played like a dragon for like 12 hours today. Is that what you're saying? I had the same experience with Star Ocean, the second story R, on Friday. I streamed for like a little more than 14 hours. Yeah, I played Star Ocean Second Story R for like 14 hours straight on Friday. And I wanted to play more. I wanted to play for longer, but I knew that I had work the next day. That will kill him. Oh, he's standing in the wrong space. Actually, will this kill him? Maybe I should have gone for the bugbears. Ah. We almost turned Sam Squanch here into a Yeti. Oh, you got a physical copy. I didn't even realize they were doing that game in physical copies. That's rad. I've been really liking it. Like, I loved the original Star Ocean in the first place, but for once, I actually have positive impressions of a remake. Like, it's got, you know, it's not a strict improvement. There are things that I like better about the original. I did like the side-by-side comparison when the demo came out. But the new one is really good. It's like one of the only like remakes or remasters that I've played that really does justice to the original. Like, I think, like, they made all these changes. Like, that's the thing. They didn't just like do the usual thing of just, oh, we kept the gameplay intact but changed the graphics, or like, you know, your traditional lazy remaster where they like they did their best to make like a cheap facsimile of the game and using modernized assets or whatever. Like, they made a bunch of changes to the game systems, to the graphics, to like the whole thing, but they really kept the spirit intact. Yeah, I am still running Garbin. I decided we're gonna push to the end of the dungeon after all, since all we have to do is take out the bosses. It's actually really fast to do a winning run of the dungeon. Or I guess we'll have to fight the boss at the end. That might take a bit longer. Maybe I'll end the stream once it's time to fight the boss, but yeah, we'll at least get that far. Like, it's a remake that feels like it was made by people who, like, really understand the original and, like, and not only that, but understand modern JRPGs and, like, made very thoughtful and intelligent changes to kind of, like, make a new version of Star Ocean 2 for modern audiences without compromising the feel and the spirit of the original. Like, so many remakes and remasters, like, miss that. They miss the little details. And, like, important little details, you know. They miss the, fail to capture the heart and soul of the original. Like, the way that the Klonoa remaster has fucked up all the animations and lighting and stuff. Like, yeah, this one, I mean, okay, you could argue that the new one has fucked up graphics. I still think that weirdly enough, you'd think that the remaster would be like, oh, like modern graphics and audio. That's like the biggest thing you can improve over a PlayStation game, is like modernize the graphics and audio. But no, that's actually the worst part of the remake. I think the original Star Ocean on PS1 has way better graphics and music. The graphics in the remake are acceptable. I've kind of gotten used to them, but I think the original is way better. No, it's like the new script, the new translation, the new mechanics, the new quality of life improvements that really make the remaster just excellent. Chapter 9 of Yakuza Like a Dragon. I've still got what's the last Yakuza game we played? Oh yeah, 0. So I guess what number in the series is Like a Dragon? Because yeah, they stopped numbering them at this point. I want to say it's 7. That's how it goes, right? It's like Yakuza 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then Like a Dragon. Yeah, so it's 7. Yeah, so I've still got 6 Yakuza games to get through. before I play Like a Dragon. 6 and a bit, really, since I actually still want to go back and finish the post-game stuff for Yakuza 0. Is this it? No, that's just a chode. Oh, and as far as the question, is it true that archers tend to be lackluster in Shining Force? I think so. I think that's the general consensus. Like, they have bad stats, typically. That's kind of the way that Shining Force 1 and 2 balanced archers and flying units. Like, obviously, they have the advantage of flying over terrain and attacking from range, and so, like, the way that they decided to balance that is to give them crappy stats. Which is not... just because the way that Shining Force works, like, combat tends to be a bit of a slugfest where you clump up all your units and whack away at the enemy. Like, having crappy stats makes you kind of bad at doing all of that. I actually don't think archers are that bad. They do have crappy stats and do lousy damage, but because of how crowded the maps can get in Shining Force 1 and 2, I actually think it is really helpful to have archers, just because, like, you can only attack the enemy from 4 sides maximum. Usually, a lot of the time, you can only attack the enemy from 1 side, so, like, being able to use an archer, like, an archer just gives you free hits that you wouldn't have gotten otherwise. Like, there's not enough room for you to have, like, 12 melee attackers on a Shining Force map. So it's like, you might as well take the archers, because they're going to be able to make shots that nobody else can get. So, like, they're not atrocious, but, yeah, their stats are pretty bad, and they can barely damage the enemy. Shining Force 3 archers are excellent. Shining Force 3 archers are, like, just as strong as your melee units. Also, they're really important, because a lot of the bosses, especially final bosses in Shining Force 3, are, like, stuck in a little hole where you can only attack them from 1 side. I think every boss on the premium disc only has 1 space where you can melee attack them from. Mind you, just about every unit in the game has a ranged weapon, but still, yeah, archers are really helpful for bosses. Infinite Wealth. Oh, I thought it was out already, but okay, so the next Yakuza game is coming out soon then. Rad. Let's actually go... let's have Mascarin tank this guy's wizard shots here. Always call Harvest Moon and not Story of Seasons. When did they start calling it Story of Seasons? Is that the Japanese name? Actually, I don't know much about Harvest Moon. Is the Japanese name for Harvest Moon called Story of Seasons? If so, I can totally see why they would change that. Harvest Moon is a better title, at least in English. Just like Animal Crossing is called Animal Forest in Japan, isn't it? It's another series I don't know much about. Not really my genre. I guess Animal Crossing and Harvest Moon are kind of similar types of games, which is to say, not my type of game. Recent Like a Dragon Gaiden. Oh, I thought that Like a Dragon Gaiden was like a... I thought it was DLC, actually. That actually surprises me that it isn't. Oh. Okay, good. I was afraid that would be a summon that he was casting on us. Archers are good in Shining Force 2 because they started using cannons and got the range 3. Yeah, range 3 archers. That's specifically what I'm talking about, is like range 3 is excellent to have in Shining Force 1 and 2. Yeah, range 3 is so good because like there's so many like tight corridors where like you can block your archers. Like even if they die in one shot, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter if they die in one shot, because you can just block them off with your melee guys. Shining Force 3 is the most balanced of the Shining Force games? Yes, by far. At least in my opinion. Yeah, the past Shining Force 1 and 2 and CD had difficulty balancing things like flying units and archers, and especially mages. Magic was kind of all over the place in those games, I think. And yeah, all of those things are excellent in Shining Force 3, especially mages. They might have overcorrected for mages in Shining Force 3. Mainly thinking about Shining Force CD. Mages were so bad in Shining Force CD. I honestly think they had almost no redeeming value. Started calling it Story of Seasons, and that is the Japanese name. Yeah, it seems to be the trend these days, is just like symmetry between the Japanese and English names. What other series did that? I feel like there was another series. Actually, I guess that's just been the trend over the years. Like, eventually, like, you gotta keep things consistent. Like, there's so many examples of that, too. Like Dragon Warrior. Dragon Quest used to be Dragon Warrior in America, and now it's just Dragon Quest in both regions. I'm sure there's more examples of it, but I'm blanking on them. I mean, you could go with, like, in-game names, too. Like, yeah, Eggman used to be Robotnik, and now he's Eggman. He is the Eggman. That's what he am. He's got the master plan. Do I want to kill that mage before he kills someone? Fuck! What's Frank doing all the way up here? I might just want to end this map now. Oh, we can hit the fish, though. Man, I had a couple titles in mind that used to have different names in Japan that are now the same, and now I can't think of them. I'm gonna give this to Hayward. If he can land it. He landed it. Oh yeah, I guess Yakuza and Like a Dragon. Yeah, Yakuza is now Like a Dragon, which has always been the series' Japanese name. I guess there's the numerology of Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy... Okay, that's not a boss. Like, yeah, what used to be Final Fantasy 2 and 3 in the US is now Final Fantasy 4 and 6 in all regions, which makes sense because they've actually released the in-between Final Fantasies since then in North America. They never corrected the Dynasty Warriors series, though. Dynasty Warriors is still off by 1 between the American and Japanese versions. I think what makes the localization thing was done... I'm forgetting the details of what that... Oh, right, the... Some kind of Fire Emblem thing where they, like, invented a giant golden man for the universe's cosmology or something, right? I forget what game that was for. Oh yeah, it was like Naga in... I want to say the Arcanea games. I can't quite remember the details of what the change was. I mean, I guess what they might have been thinking is that, like, this is a book that almost nobody is going to care about, so we don't really give a damn about accuracy or quality. Maybe that was the thought process. And the people who are, like, crazy superfans are gonna buy it no matter what we do to it, so just push it out there no matter what, you know? Getting so many hit points off these level ups. Worshipping a giant muscular man? I don't know if there's much... I don't know, is that Christian? Is it necessarily Christian to worship a giant muscular man? I feel like that's secularism. I feel that that's like secular religion or something. Oh yeah, that's Dullahan in the center, not the wizard anymore. Durahan can't even get out of that hole. I guess we'll give this to Synbios. Maybe he'll get the assassination? If that's even the special skill of this dagger? It isn't. It's the bloody whatever. Whoa. Oh boy. Oh, Noon. Oh wow, he's actually fine. Just shake it up. I don't know, I feel like the... This seems to me like a case of just like whoever translated this book just didn't care. Honestly, I think there's some portion of like localization. There's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of reasons why localizations can be inaccurate or have stupid changes or whatever. Some of it is hubris, where it's like the localizers think they're better writers or think the original is stupid, and so change it to suit their tastes or whatever. And you know what? Sometimes they're right. Sometimes some stuff just doesn't work for an English audience. Like sometimes like a different culture, a different audience in North America is going to think that something in the Japanese version just comes across as stupid, and so they need to change it. And like sometimes they're right about that. Sometimes it's just like just ignorance, just like they didn't know any better. They gave their best effort, but they got something wrong. And sometimes it's just lack of give a fuck. Just like translators did not, or either that, or they were just, or the company didn't give a fuck, and they were just put under impossible. Actually, Ted Woolsey did some translations like that on the Super Nintendo. Like he did Secret of Mana, which is like rife with ridiculous errors and stuff that makes no sense in its English script. And like Ted Woolsey was a good translator. He made some good English scripts back in the day, but like he's done interviews where he talked about like the nightmarish conditions he was placed under for Secret of Mana. Like the game was rushed to North America. He was given like 2 weeks or something to translate the entire script. Nothing but the game files, which were like all out of order to go from, and it's like he gave it his best effort, but like it's hard to do good work under those conditions. Like there's all kinds of reasons why stuff gets translated badly. It's impossible to know what the reason is without like hearing the behind the scenes story from someone. So much of like the stuff people talk about with regards to like bad translations and the reason behind it is based on just rumor and speculation, or people just making stuff up. These guys seem to resist Tiamat. Let's try Spark. Go on. Sorry. I think I did. I think I did. I feel like I did go on. If there was something specific you wanted me to go into further, feel free to clarify, but I think I went on. I think I went on enough there. Oh! Wolsey carried the fate of RGGs on his back. He kind of did. Like, what major, like, tentpole JRPGs came out in the 16-bit era that weren't translated by Ted Woolsey? Are there any? I guess Lufia. Did Lufia have a good translation? I actually can't remember. I remember thinking it was good. I remember thinking that game had a good story back when I first played it. Haven't played Lufia, like a full playthrough of the main story of Lufia, in a long-ass time. I honestly think that not just Ted Woolsey, but like the work of like early RPG translators is actually really underappreciated. Like a lot of the constraints that they were working under with regards to uh, like file size limitations, and yeah, like you know, character count limits, and like not having the actual game to work with, and like just working from the like the text from the game files, which was often content that was like out of context free and out of order and all of that. Like, it's actually impressive how well a lot of those games turned out, I think, under those conditions. Like, yeah, games like Final Fantasy VI and Super Mario RPG and Chrono Trigger, like the personalities of the characters come across so well, and like the stories come across so well in so few characters with like so few words, so few text boxes. They were able to convey like so much personality and so much story. I value that type of like economy of words, like the very economical style storytelling of early, yeah, really 16-bit era RPGs, which are able to tell great stories with great characters and like with very minimal text compared to modern games. I wish there were more of that in modern RPGs. Shadow Dragon. I haven't played Shadow Dragon yet, actually. I don't remember thinking much of yeah, I played the fan translation of Fire Emblem 1 and the fan translation of Mystery of the Emblem Book 1. Like, the story didn't really make a strong impression on me in either of those. That's a case of like a game I think that was maybe a bit too minimalistic with its story presentation. Really, I think a lot of like the drama and the story of Fire Emblem 1 and like early Fire Emblem games comes across in like the maps themselves. And like, you know, you talk to a character on the map and he tells you, you know, his situation or whatever. And like that's the actual, where a lot of the most dramatic twists of the game's story actually happen. Really, that's what Fire Emblem 4 was kind of all about. That's what made Fire Emblem 4 great, is like the story happens, I mean, sure, in cutscenes between missions, but also largely like during the maps, that you see the story unfold in front of you as the map is unfolding, as you're playing the game. I think that's actually the great thing about early Fire Emblem storytelling in general, and Fire Emblem 4 was the game where I think they kind of mastered that. I say they, it was really just Kaga. I think he planned pretty much everything in those games, certainly wrote everything in those games. 20 damage on Dullahan with the dagger, Christ. Frank hasn't leveled up yet. He's gonna get it right now. Also, yeah, maybe Lufia's translation wasn't great. I don't think it has a reputation for being very great. I don't know. I remember liking the story as a kid, but I haven't played that game in a long time. Shadow Dragon centered boss names. I guess. I don't really care about name changes, to be honest. That's another thing that a lot of people who like complain about translations tend to obsess over, and I just think it doesn't matter most of the time. I think conveying like what happens in the story and the personalities of the characters is the most important thing. You can change a character's name to anything, and like it doesn't really change the story. Like, I don't care whether she's Eris or Aerith. But just certain people, just like certain types of fans on the internet. Honestly, a lot of the fan translators on the internet seem to obsess over that type of stuff. That beat, what was it? I can't remember the fan retranslation that I played of Final Fantasy VII, the one that was like supposedly famed for its like slavish accuracy to the original Japanese, made like a bunch of weird decisions with regard to name changes that like I read their reasoning for them in the like the big text file that came with the game download, and like I was not convinced. I did not believe that what they chose was an accurate reflection of the original scriptwriter's intent. It looked like a lot of just guesswork and unwarranted assumptions to me. That said, I did obsess about some of the name changes in Star Ocean 2. I did go on a big rant about how they changed a bunch of the character names for the 10 Wise Men in Star Ocean 2. That was more of a consistency thing, though. Because like those are names that recur throughout the Star Ocean series. And like it's kind of interesting to see those connections, but like that connection isn't there in the English translations. This is the final boss. He already just looks easier than the ones on the last two scenarios. Also, we got black dragons here. These guys only get 500 hit points. He's got 100 attack. Do any of my guys have 100 attack? Surely Synbios. None of my guys have 100 attack. Also, he had 60 defense? Oh, we're supposed to be like level Julian by now, aren't we? We're supposed to be like level 10. Also, Synbios might not... Oh yeah, he's got the knife. Yeah, Synbios has got the knife. He can do a lot better than that. So I think what we're going to do here is actually clear out all of these guys to get as many levels as possible. Also, just to make sure they don't fuck with us when we're fighting the boss. We're going to clear the map, then we're going to consolidate our forces and just go ham on the boss with everything we got. This is going to be a real fight. But we're not going to do it tonight. It's a real fight, but we're not going to do it tonight. This is going to be a long one. So we'll save this one for tomorrow. Because, yeah, it only took us, like 2.5 hours to get to this point once we stopped fucking around leveling up characters who don't matter. So we can easily do the same thing with Julian. We can spend, like, 45 minutes on this map, probably. And then, or not Julian, then level up Median's army and clear his dungeon. We can probably do all that tomorrow and then work on Julian on Tuesday. And then just level up whoever's left and, yeah, try to level up as many try to promote as many characters as possible after that. Oh, and a character goes like, the Arcanian League is approaching. Oh yeah, that's just what they call flavor. There's a annoying tendency. That's another thing about certain a certain tendency in modern localization where they feel the need to like make some kind of joke or like some like flamboyant turn of phrase in like every sentence, even like lines that were otherwise just like really mundane. I find that kind of obnoxious, actually. Actually, I noticed that in the Trails in the Sky English translation, where it's like every single line tried to throw in like some kind of weird, quirky, unusual turn of phrase, and it's like, can't you just talk like normal people sometimes? Like, save the quirky stuff for quirky scenes and quirky characters. Like, if everyone's a quirky, like, kooky character, then it's like, then no one is, you know? I don't mind that sort of thing as long as it's not done excessively. But yeah, in a lot of modern games, I feel like it's done in excess. Imagine, and you know, there's a reason they do it. I can't say that it's bad writing or like a bad choice to do it. A lot of modern RPG players love that shit. That is like the definition of good writing for a lot of people, is where like every single line does something to like elicit a little giggle or have some weird phraseology that's like something unique that you haven't seen before. So, you know, I can't even criticize that style of writing. Imagine accurately gauging my tone and meaning in this text, and then imagine if there was a language plus cultural barrier. Yeah, I literally can't imagine. I literally can't imagine it. Oh, that reminds me of Sacrificial Jizo. I miss him. He was a Twitch... I've talked about him on stream before. I don't know if all of you guys know of him. He was my favorite streamer. My actual favorite streamer. His gimmick was that he would do dual language playthroughs. He would play through like old RPGs, both the English and Japanese versions simultaneously. He had like a setup where he could control them both at the same time with one controller, or toggle back and forth where he'd like control one, then with the press of a button control the other. And he would compare the English translation to the original Japanese side by side. And like it was really interesting to hear his analysis of like why he thought certain things were done. I learned so much from those streams too. I remember the one thing that stood out to me, there was an interesting bit in Suikoden 2 where he went on about this this one random line in the script where it's like this one guy he's about to hang a couple of your party members. He's about to execute them, and he's going on about how this will be the stepping stone onto his great career. I'm going to get a esteemed position in the local guard, he says in the English localization of the English script, which is kind of a weird thing to say. It's like, okay, as a distinguished position as like a town guard, what? That's kind of weird. And then he described like in the original Japanese, he actually says something like the close guard or the near guard, something like that, which is like literally translated. It means like, yeah, nearby guard. But it's like a specific kind of archaic phrase, which actually means like, has a specific meaning. It's like the near guard being like the king's near guard, like the guard that is near to the king. It's like a specific phrase, an archaic phrase used for the king's guard that just happens to literally translate into English as the nearby guard. And then it was funny. He said like I made this mistake too when I first read Suikoden. When I first played Suikoden 2 in Japanese, I thought that he meant the guard that's nearby, and then I learned about this phrase years later. And it like goes to show how like local, you know, translators can make honest mistakes like that distort the meaning of the original text to get like these weird little quirks of English translations, like, oh, I'll get a prestigious position in the local guard when really it's supposed to be the king's guard. And yeah, you like learn a lot of like fun little Suikoden 2 was especially full of stuff like that, because like Suikoden 2 did not have a great translation. It was full of those sorts of mistakes that result in like weird phrasings that seem a bit off even in English. No, don't remember. There was one line in the old fan translation that said, "Never fall in love with a thief." It was turned into something like, "There are plenty of scoundrels that would steal a woman's heart." See, that sounds like pedantry to me. Like, that sounds to me like, there's kind of a fine line. There are plenty of scoundrels that will steal a woman's heart. Seems like something a normal person would say. Like, that seems like that conveys the same sense as don't fall in love with a thief. Like, again, you'd have to know the context. I'd have to know the context of the conversation. But like, that sounds to me like it conveys the same information in just a way that sounds a bit more natural in English. Like, Japanese is a language, like, as much as I complained about, like, oh, they try to turn things into, like, these weird, quirky phrasings, I don't think that there are scoundrels that would steal a woman's heart as a quirky phrasing. That sounds like something that just, like, a normal person would say to advise you to, like, or I guess it depends. I guess it's not the same literal meaning. Never fall in love with a thief versus there are scoundrels that would steal a woman's heart. It depends on the context. It depends on the context and what the person is saying. It doesn't have the same literal meaning, but depending on the context, it might convey the same kind of sentiment. Like you're trying to warn someone to like stay away from scoundrels or stay away from thieves. I guess it would depend on if they're like specific in talking about thieves or specific or like saying in general to like keep on your guard. I'd have to know the context. But like that sounds like the kind of thing that's like close enough. Like it doesn't have the same literal meaning, but depending on the situation, like it fits. Anyways, I'm going to bed. Yeah, it's like, yeah. We got not nearly as much done today as I wanted. I was hoping to be done with Symbiosis Party, and I wanted to promote everyone. But we promoted the people we liked, and we're just about finished Symbiosis side of the dungeon. We'll do Medians tomorrow, and then probably Julian's on Tuesday. And if we don't get it done Tuesday, we'll finish the rest on Wednesday. And hopefully finish this game on Wednesday. And I close the game. Okay, there we go. That's it for me tonight. Thank you all for watching. I'll hopefully be back tomorrow. Yeah, I guess we'll talk more. We'll have plenty of time to talk about localization and bullshit tomorrow, unless I can think of other topics to talk about. Yeah, have a good rest of your day or night, and I'll see you next time.